And then we have Fazal Khan. Starting on the other side, we have always Tanya Namaban. Thank you. We have Stephen Kinsella. We have Henry Warsama. We have Omar Farouk. We have Alicia Muninin. Grzina Sabzinska. Thank you. We have Kevin Cloutier, our vice chair, myself, Derek Summers, chair, and facilitating for us today is Karen. Yes. Thank you. All right. So I'm going to proceed to the land acknowledgement. The College of Opticians of Ontario operates on the traditional lands of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, the Wendat, and the Wendat people. The College of Opticians acknowledges and respects that these lands are now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples who continue to experience the impact of colonization. The College of Opticians also acknowledges that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13, signed with the Mississaugas of the Credit, and the Williams Treaty signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. With the utmost respect and humility, we at the College of Opticians are grateful to live and work on these lands and are committed to educating ourselves in areas of cultural safety and humility in delivering of equitable healthcare in Ontario. All right. Welcome, everyone. There are registrants joining us on YouTube, so welcome to you as well. And please remember that attending today can be considered self-directed hours. I'm going to now hand things over to our facilitator, Karen Elkin.
Thank you so much, Derek. All right, welcome everybody. I would like to review a few norms that I hope we can all agree to follow as we move through our meetings over the next couple of days. The first one, to repeat what Derek said, is let's be cautious about side conversations and loud noises around the mics because it will pick them up. When you are called upon to speak, your mic will turn green. Please wait. You'll see at the bottom of your mic stand, there's a little light there. Just wait for it to be green so that everyone online can hear you. Please, let's keep use of technology to a minimum. Turn off your phones. Make sure your dings and buzzes are turned off. And also, if you would like to get on the speakers list at some point during the meeting, please raise your hand. I will be writing down names. It would also be helpful to me, for those of you who are in the room, if you could turn your name tags so that I can see them. Thank you so much. I'm keeping a list of where everyone is, but just in case I lose track. And those are the key norms we will be following. I would just like to know if there are any others that anyone in the room feels that we need to include in that list. Okay, so just by show of hands, can I get an agreement that we will follow these norms? Thank you. And also a show of hands if it's okay for me to call it out if they're not being followed. Is that all right? Okay, wonderful. Thank you. One last thing, when we're moving into collaborative discussions, we will use a tool called the High Five in order to get a temperature check on where we are as a group about moving forward with a motion or a decision. The way the High Five works is that I will invite you to show me, and I'll say, show me with a high five how much you agree with this or where you're at on this issue. If you hold up one finger, it means you hate it. 2 fingers is you need to see a lot of changes in order to move to an agreement. 3 would be a couple changes are needed. And if we see a lot of 1s, 2s, or 3s, then we will go back to the conversation. If you're at a 4, that means, yeah, I can live with it. A 5 is, I am 100% on board. I love it. So just show me a high five with your willingness to move forward using the high five for consensus keeping. Great. I'm seeing lots of 5s. So we can move on, and Derek will take us through the conflict of interest declaration.
Thank you, Karen. Right, so does anyone have any conflict of interest to declare with respect to the items on today's agendas? Seeing none, perfect, we'll move on. All right.
So So it'll be the adoption of the agenda.
Perfect. So everybody had an opportunity to review it. It's already been presented. Are there any amendments to the agenda that need to come into play? Seeing none, perfect. Would someone like to make a motion to approve today's agenda, please? Henry, I hear you, see you first. Seconder, Krajina, perfect. All in favor? Perfect, that passes. Okay, Karen?
All right, we will now move on to the minutes of the March 4th meeting, and Derek will take us through the approval of those as well.
Thank you. Everybody's had an opportunity to read them. Does anybody have any comments, concerns, or anything that needs to be amended to them? Seeing none. All right, can I have somebody make a motion to accept them? Kevin, seconder Stephen, all in favor? Perfect, those are through. All right, Karen.
All right, and now we will move to the board financial reports, and over to you, Faisal.
Okay, now we do have Fiza Saad joining us today, who is our manager of finance, and she will take us through the auditor report.
Awesome, thanks, Faisal. So good morning, everyone. So I'm going to be presenting our financial variance report for the period ending March 31st, 2024. Just as a little bit of a reminder, our variance report for this point in time shows that there is still 75% of the year remaining. So we are going to see very high variances in all our different expense and revenue lines, and these will be trending closer to zero as the year progresses. I also wanted to remind everyone of our color coding chart. Everything that is color coded as green is trending well, which means that revenue and expenses are realized and incurred as expected. Anything that is highlighted in the orange yellow is going to be trending with caution. So that might show an unplanned variance in the account line, and it's going to be closely monitored to avoid negative impacts. And thankfully, there's nothing in red on our reports, but if there was, that would mean that it is trending poorly, and the account line is showing a significant unplanned variance that may negatively impact operations. So without further ado, I'll just jump right into revenue. So our total revenue for the period ending March 31st is $3,280,611, which is showing about a 10% variance to the budget. So as many of you know, a lot of our revenue is incurred at the end of the previous year and realized as January 1st. So the remaining bulk of revenue that we're still looking at receiving really comes from our interest and investment income. And I just wanted to highlight that that is going to be realized in June and October. So you will be seeing those amounts reflected on the Q2 and Q3 reports. Before I move on to board and committee, are there any questions about revenue? And I apologize, the screen is super small for me, so if there are any hands, if anyone can just call out your name and...
Not seeing any hands.
Okay, perfect. Thanks. Moving on to board and committee expenses. As of March 31st, we're at $20,246. This is 86% below budget. This is expected, as a lot of our meetings still have to occur throughout the year. And just a reminder for everyone, I know I mentioned this pretty much every time I present this report. A lot of these expenses, they're recorded as they are received by the college. It does not matter whether a meeting was in January. If that expense is received in April, it's going to be counted as a Q2 cost. So we're still, as you know, everyone has different timelines for when they submit expenses. So by the time we get to the Q4 report, that's when you'll see a lot of these variances really catch up. But everything across the board is currently under budget. Are there any questions for board and committee before I move on?
Not seeing any hands. Go ahead.
And finally, going into operations and administration, we ended the quarter at $813,535, and we're still about 76% under budget. So just a reminder for a lot of these cost lines, a lot of the expenses are incurred at different points in time, and not all the activity in each quarter is going to be replicated in the next quarter. So you may see some very different variances here, some looking higher, some looking lower. And that is really just a reflection of the type of activity that was going on in the first quarter of the year. A couple of lines that I did want to draw attention to here were number 23, which is our database line. So at first glance, it looks as though we've spent $47,000 in the first quarter of this year. The last quarter, we only spent about $1,600. This is not to show that there has been a certain increase in cost or increase in activity. What actually happened was for Q1 of last year, a lot of the projects that we had prioritized were prepaid for in 2022. So the first bill that we received at the end of March was only $1,600. The activity levels have stayed the same, and we have been prioritizing projects such as our elections, data cleanup, public register changes. The other line item that I wanted to draw attention to was investigator cost, line item 27. So this line item is highlighted as we've currently spent $25,989. It's showing about 60% to the budget, which normally would not be as much of a cause for concern, but there is an unexpected cost of $11,847, which was incurred in 2023. However, the vendor did not invoice us until March of 2024. And it was only discovered during one of their audits that they actually never sent this. So it is a cost that we've had to report. Otherwise, I believe we're currently about 78% under budget, and we've only spent around $14,000. So it is a line item that we are going to be monitoring as we progress. And if we seem like we may be trending over budget, we will make sure that the Finance Committee and the board is well praised. Are there any questions about operational expenses?
Samir has a question.
Just one second. Perfect.
Hey, Fiza.
Hey, Samir.
Fiza, I have a question regarding line item 19, communication. As of last year, if I'm comparing those two actual of 2023 and actual unaudited amount, basically, there is about $17,000. So I'm just trying to understand, why this amount is we're lacking $17,000. Are we doing proper communication, or is a communication amount is not
I got you. So Samir, actually, thank you for catching that, because that was one of my notes that I've just kind of passed over. So communications is currently showing as 8,450, and last year we were at about 25,000 at the same point in time. That is because we had a large sponsorship amount, I think close to the tune of 15,000 or so, which we paid for in Q1 of last year, and we have not been invoiced for this year yet. So we have not reported it out.
Perfect.
But activity levels are about the same.
Thank you.
No problem. Any other questions?
Yes, Carlos.
Yes, just in regards to investigator, what exactly is that comprised of?
So these are the costs for external investigators for our ICRC discipline, our professional conduct team.
Carlos, are you looking for kind of what the investigator entails in this, or are you looking for the?
Yes.
Yeah. Fazal, would you be able to give a little bit of idea?
For sure. So we use investigators for various tasks when doing preliminary investigations into a complaint. So it could be an investigator that goes in to do a records check. That happens a lot with the insurance complaints that we transact. So there's different things that we'll send them in for. Sometimes if it's unauthorized practice, it could be an investigator for secret shopping, that type of thing. So it's very much complaints driven and the type of complaint that we receive.
The reason I ask, it just seems so low for such a big organization.
It depends on what we're looking at. Like there's been years where we've got a glut of insurance fraud cases, and at those times it shows pretty heavy. So it really depends on the type of activity that we're experiencing in the period.
Okay.
So it's early in the year.
Thank you.
Any more questions?
No other hands.
All right, amazing. Well, thank you so much, everyone. I will then pass this back over to Derek for the motion.
Thank you, Fiza. Great work as always, by the way.
Thank you, Derek.
All right, could I have a motion to approve the financial variance report? Regina, thank you. Can I have a seconder? Tanya, perfect. All in favor? And that's unanimous, right, Karen?
Wonderful. We're now going to move on to the audit report presentation, and our registrar will say a few words about this next agenda item and welcome our guests.
Okay, and just wanted to check with my team if they're in, we're running a few minutes early, if they're in the waiting room. Not yet. Okay, I'll set the stage a little bit. Hi at the time.
Improv time.
Well, we're going to have the audit team from Greywell Guyot, which is Malcolm Baz and Sukunpreet Darora, to present the financial, the audited report. We do this exercise every year to ensure the college has followed all the required, accounting principles and procedures, and that the finances of the college are in order. So it kind of gets a little dicey because a lot of times we end up asking our auditors about variances in the budget, but they're really not here reporting on variances. We do the variance report quarterly, and that's what we typically ask FISA and the admin team. So really the auditors, what they do is take a fine tooth comb, look over the books, all the deposits, all the withdrawals, vendor payments, all of those things, and make sure that everything's going according to financial requirements. Legislation, things like that. So they're really not here to report on why is this higher than last year or that type of thing, because that's a variance discussion that we do here at the board level on a quarterly basis. So because we're a few minutes early here, what I'm thinking is we'll just give them a quick buzz to let them know that we're ready for them. I don't know, some elevator music or something. I'm just trying to look ahead if we have anything we could take that's a short thing, but after the auditors, we do go into lunch. Right. We've got literally 15 minutes. Yeah, we could do that. Elliot.
And there's the quarterly work plan mid-year update as well.
Yeah. Okay. Would we be putting you on the spot, Elliot, if we asked you to talk to your item right now? Yeah.
Just a few
Yeah.
moments and then
So what we'll do is we'll accelerate a couple of items. Karen, you're thinking we'll move Elliot's topic up.
Well, it's just, this one is only 5 minutes, but does it follow from these longer
But
discussions?
it can stand alone.
It can stand
Yeah,
alone?
as long as
Okay.
Elliot is okay
So
with it.
the approval of the board action plan,
Yeah.
Elliot?
just give me a second.
Okay.
Yeah, and we'll get you up to the podium when you're ready.
That's what happens when we're too efficient, everybody. Thanks, Henry.
That's the board action plan, right?
Correct.
I'll go up to code.
Yeah, that would be great. Thanks, Elliot.
Wonderful. So my name is Elliot Borns and Chair of Governance. And I'm here to represent the board action plan. That's item 6.0 on the agenda. Okay. Just waiting for it to come up.
Originally scheduled for 3. in case
Correct.
Anyone is looking in their notes.
Just let me know when we're.
Yeah, we can get started. Thanks, Elliot.
Okay, so the board held a working session in March to review the results of the board and the board and committee 2023 self-evaluations and to identify an action plan items for the board to focus on in 2024. These items have been compiled into the attached draft 2024 action plan. Some of the items have been carried forward from prior year's action plans, so not all of them are brand new for this one. The governance committee has reviewed the draft and agreed that the plan accurately reflects the action plan items for the board to focus on in 2024, including those carried forward from previous years. The governance committee is therefore recommending that the board approve the 2024 action plan. Once approved, the action plan will be posted to the College of Opticians of Ontario website, and the board will receive periodic status updates from that.
Thank you. We'll open the floor for any discussion. Anyone has any questions or comments, raise your hand. All right, Tanya?
I'm just wondering, I'm looking at point number 5 on the action plan and it doesn't show any progress. Is that just because there haven't been any changes from what there was previously done in 2023? So down in the chart on point 5, explore options for being more transparent about the self-evaluation process and results.
I believe that's because we're carrying it. That's one of the items
Just
that
no
has
new
been
information.
carried forward. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, Derek?
That would also be the same for 7, 8, and 9.
Let me just have a quick look there. In training, yep, definitely 7, 8. Also, and 9, yes, as well.
Thank you, Elliot.
Okay, any other questions? Not seeing any hands. So then through a 5-finger, this is our chance to practice the high 5. Does the board agree that the proposed draft reflects the action plans to focus on in 2024? I'm seeing all 5, so you can go ahead with your motion, Derek.
All right. So could I have someone make the motion to approve that the board approve the 2024 board action plan, please? Virginia, seconded by Omar. All in favor? Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Elliot. Are we good, Fizzo?
Yeah, we've got our guests in the waiting room. Carolyn, we're good, right?
All right, so we will now have our audit report.
So we're just gonna wait till they jump in. They're just joining now. Hi, Sukhpreet.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Malcolm, how are you?
Hi guys, doing well, thank you. How's
Thank you.
everyone?
Very good. Thanks for accommodating our move up on time.
No problem.
No problem.
I'm just gonna highlight you a little bit. So we laid a little bit of a context of what you do for us every year. Malcolm is part of the original guard when we were with Sevitt and Associates, and Sukhpreet is with the new guard with Grable Guyot. So we've got fresh eyes, we've got experienced eyes looking at our file. So folks, I will turn it over to you to present our audited financials.
Amazing. Thanks so much. Thanks everyone for having us today to present the 2023 audited statements and along with our audit findings. So myself, I'm Sukhpreet, I'm the audit partner, and Malcolm obviously has been here for many, many years. So you have some familiar faces. So today shared with you would have been 2 documents, would be the financial statements, the draft audited financial statements, along with the audit findings report. Fazal, do you want me to share, or someone on your side will be sharing, or does everyone have them in front so I don't need to share my screen?
You know what, Sukhpreet, if you don't mind sharing and moving us along, that way you've got control of the document.
Yeah, no worries. So I will do that right now, if you give me a minute. Can you guys see my screen? Do you see the draft statements on my screen?
Not yet.
Not yet. Share. Sorry.
Perfect. Now we do.
Now you do?
We do.
Amazing. Perfect. So I will just reference the page numbers that are at the bottom just so everyone's on the same page as me. So these are the draft financial statements. Just before I kind of dive into the financial statements, I do want to make, just highlight that there were no significant changes to the accounting and auditing standards this year. Therefore, the financial statement disclosures are fairly consistent to what you would have seen in last year's financial statements. So we don't typically go do a deep dive into the notes of the financial statements, but happy to answer any questions at the end of the presentation if anybody has any questions. So the main page I want to take everyone to is page 1, which is the draft auditor's report. Happy to report that we have issued an unqualified audit opinion. As in, it's a clean audit opinion. These financial statements reflect all the necessary disclosures and any adjustments we would have identified during our audit. And then from there, just to highlight a couple of items, if you go to page 4 of the financial statements, this is a statement of financial position. This represents the assets and liabilities of the college. I do want to highlight that the college has a very strong financial position, as in there's approximately 7.9 million in cash and investments at the end of the year, and then there's approximately 3.1 million in liabilities. But if you look at the liabilities of the 3.1 million, 2.7 million are deferred registration fees, which basically represent all the fees collected as of December 31st for the next fiscal year. And then at the end of the day, the net assets of 5.2 million represent the cumulative historical excess of revenues over expenses since the inception of the college. So of the net assets, as you can see, it's broken down into 3 categories. Invested in capital assets represents it actually ties into the capital assets of the college at 201,000. And then the internally restricted funds are the funds that have been set aside for very specific reasons by the board. And the unrestricted funds essentially represents, for the funds that the college at the end of the day has for any unspecific use for the future. On the next page, it's the statement of revenue and expenses. This year, the college had approximately 3.4 million in revenues compared to 3.2 last year. And at the end of the day, after the expenses, the excess of revenues over expenses is 187,000 compared to 446,000, just higher expenses during the current year. With that, the rest of the financial statements are pretty standard. The one area you might want to look at is the statement of cash flows. This basically represents, this statement shows where did the cash go, like where was the changes from last year's cash balance to the current year cash balance. I won't go into too much detail, but at the end of the day, approximately 233,000 of the cash increase was from the day-to-day operations of the college, and then the remaining was the remaining was more so to purchase any short-term investments and any acquisition of any capital assets during the year. And the rest of the statements reflect the note disclosure, so I won't go into any of these unless someone has any specific questions. With that, the second document that was shared was the audit findings report. This basically summarizes our audit and any things that we kind of want to highlight to the board and which we presented this to the executive committee as well. Couple of things. As of today, we are substantially completed our audit, and the financial statements will be finalized upon the approval of the financial statements. As external auditors, we are required to be independent, and as a firm, we assess our independence at the various stages. So at the beginning of the audit, throughout the engagement, and also during the year, we do make sure that we are independent and there's no conflict of interest. And I'm happy to report that we have not identified any independence-related matters that we need to bring to the board's attention. just one other item here is control deficiency. So our audit is a very substantive audit. That means we do a lot of the testing that we do is vouching to the source documents and agreeing any payments or any cash receipts, for example. But as part of our audit, we do look at certain internal controls over the financial reporting. And just want to highlight that we have not identified any significant control deficiencies that we need to highlight to the board. In terms of materiality, just to touch on materiality. Now, materiality is a qualitative and a quantitative benchmark that we use as auditors to develop our audit procedures. Basically, what materiality represents is we assess the level of risk that would influence the users of the financial statements. So this is based on very standardized industry benchmarks that are used across all the firms. So for the college, we use total revenues as a benchmark, which was approximately 3.3 million when we started our audit. And then the benchmark we use is 3%. So we take 3% of the total revenues, and our materiality is at $100,000. Now, you might look at this and say, well, that's a big value. So to highlight, that's to say, if we were to identify any differences or any adjustments during our audit that creep up to 100,000, that's where we say, well, we go back to management to say, you know what, we would, there's risks, and we think we should be adjusting these differences. Now, that's at the high level. When we do our audit, we actually scope it down to a very small number, and as you can see, that's called the audit misstatement posting threshold. That's at $5,000. So what that represents is if during our audit we identify any differences, any adjustments greater than 5,000, we bring those to the attention of management to say these should be corrected on the financial statements. So that's what materiality kind of represents, and that's how we approach our testing. On the next slide is audit risks and results. Before I dive into these, basically there's two specific risks that are presumed risks of fraud. So one is the fraudulent revenue recognition, and the second one is management override of controls. Now, I always like to pause here and say, these are not risks that we've specifically identified that exist at the college, but these are rather presumed risks that are at every organization. They're inherent risks that are there and exist at every organization. Therefore, per our Canadian auditing standards, we're required to design audit procedures to test and ensure that these risks are addressed. So we do very specific testing over revenues, specifically manual journal entries. We look at revenue cutoff at the end of the year. And even for management override of controls, there's very specific areas like any new significant transactions that arose during the year, and if there were any estimates involved. So those are the kind of procedures that we perform. And with regards to these risks, there were no significant risks that we want to report at this point. On page 7, this is the audit approach. This basically at a very high level touches on some of the high level audit procedures that we do. Our audit is very detailed, but here we kind of go through all the significant captions to highlight some of the procedures that we perform. And one area of focus that we just want to highlight here is the deferred revenue. So deferred revenue is a significant component on the financial statements, and the risk there is usually the completeness, because it's a liability is the risk there. So we do very detailed procedures, and basically we obtained a registration report from management, which summarizes the membership fees that were received, between a certain period when the registration is open for the upcoming fiscal year. And this is a fairly new membership database that's new. So therefore, there's a reconciliation process between the reports that are provided versus the financial reporting system. Now, during our audit, we do various procedures over cash to ensure that any cash that's received by the college is recognized and reflected in the ledger, and the bank reconciliations have been reviewed and approved by management as well. So we didn't identify any issues there. When we were doing so as part of our audit procedure is a substantive analytical procedure that we do, where we take the data from the registration report to then come up with an expectation on deferred revenue to see, does it make sense based on what the number of registrations there are. We had a analytical variance of approximately 82,000, which is a potential timing difference between revenue recognized, between the revenue recognized. So the one thing that we spoke with management and we recommended was that a reconciliation be performed on a regular basis between the membership database to the financial reporting system to ensure accuracy and completeness of the deferred revenue and the revenue that's being recognized on an ongoing basis. This slide just highlights any incorrected adjustments. The financial statements reflect most of the adjustments that we've identified during the audit. In terms of the financial statement presentation and disclosure, they are in compliance with the financial reporting guidelines as per the CPA standards. So nothing to report there. With that, that concludes our presentation, and happy to answer any questions if anybody has any.
Questions, comments, feedback, raise your hand, please. Not seeing any hands. You can go ahead with your motion.
Perfect. Well, thank you. I just have to say, though, I mean, it always amazes me the thoroughness of when you guys take a look at stuff. Really appreciated that. Could I get a motion? Could I have somebody make the motion to approve the audited financial statements for 2023? Regina? Henry, I have to pick other people later. I'm just saying. All in favor? Perfect. That is passed. You want to do the thank you, sir?
Sure.
So go ahead.
Okay, well, I thank both of you, Sukhpreet and Malcolm, for working with us. One thing I would like to point out to the group, the executive we've already spoken about, but when there's ever any concerns or anything, we're able to convene a very quick meeting with our folks over at Greywell Guyot. They're very responsive to getting back to us and striking a meeting. So we appreciate the work you've done and the responsiveness you've always given us. So thank you, folks. And now that this is approved, we'll be putting them into our annual report. So thank you.
Thank you. And we just want to say thank you to management as well for all your efforts. We couldn't have done this without you guys as well. So really, really appreciate everyone's help.
Great. Thanks for joining us.
Awesome.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Sal, do you want to take care of some housekeeping?
Sure. Okay, so a little bit of housekeeping. We are tracking a little early, which is great. To the audience that's listening in on our live stream, we will be returning sharp at 1 o'clock, so you can rejoin us at that time. At this point, what I'll do is I'll get Carolyn to mute the outgoing video and sound. Sorry.
2 o'clock.
Sorry. Yes.
2 o'clock.
I'm looking at this standard time on our new spreadsheets here. So sorry about that. A couple of quick things before we break. Carlos, you asked a question about investigator. So I kind of made an assumption there because that line is towards external investigators. So just because we're not racking up with the external investigators doesn't mean that's not investigations going on. So we actually have an on-staff investigator. So we try to do as much in-house as possible. Rob is looking at me funny, but yes, we brought them on as part of our unauthorized practice initiative. So we do have an in-house investigator to try to do preliminary stuff, but when we need specialty, that's when we call third-party investigators. So that was a great question, and I had a bit of a blind spot on, so thank you for raising that question.
Peggy's got her hand up.
Peggy?
Is that a change that this is a memory question on my part,
Yeah.
really. Because it seems to me a couple of years ago, you hired additional staff to take on some of that, so then the staff cost would be up, but the external investigator.
Exactly.
cost would be down.
That's right. So we try to bring
So
in-house.
my memory's not completely shot.
No, you're right on the money there. So definitely that was something that we try to build capacity in-house for, and it's far more cost effective. Other little bits, we've got a little more than 90 minutes for lunch. There was a sheet on each of your, under your agendas about some lunch ideas. So a couple of things, just sorry, one sec. Sorry, you're gonna mute the.
Agree with the public interest DEI considerations identified by the committee, or are there any other considerations that you feel need to be? Okay, any further, I guess there's no questions. So we'll follow the same process for each of these, but let's do a quick high five, see if everyone's comfortable moving forward with a motion. All right, great, take it away.
All right, so I'm looking for someone to make the motion that the board approved the proposed amendments to the reserves policy as recommended by the governance committee. Rob, I see you, and Carlos seconding it for me. All in favor? Nice. That one passes.
Perfect. So next, we're going to turn to the Human Resources and Relations Policy. This policy outlines the registrar CEO's responsibility with respect to the treatment of and relationship with COO employees. This addresses the employee relations compensation and hiring practices. Minor amendments are being proposed to the policy to ensure consistency with existing board policies. So essentially, we just want to make sure that everything lines up on both ends. The proposed amendments do not change any substantive content of the policy, and it was first approved in 2011 and last reviewed in May of 2021. The Governance Committee recommends that the board approve the proposed changes to that policy.
All right, any questions about the changes? Any concerns with respect to the public interest DEI and risk management considerations for this policy? Okay, any other points or considerations? I think you can move ahead with
We
it.
got a
Oh,
question out there.
yeah,
You have a
thank
hu-
you, Tanya.
Just a comment. I just think if it's providing continuity between all of our other policies and languages, then that's kind of like an easy yes for me.
Mhm. Yeah, essentially what we've been trying to do is just make, this was first done in 2011, so we're going through a process to update everything and make sure it all lines up, because that kind of was predating the DEI initiatives as well as the risk.
Perhaps I could ask a question. Maybe I'm missing something here, but I don't really see any.
Sorry, Rob, just 1 second, turn your microphone on.
Perhaps I'm missing something, but in the next two changes, I don't really see any changes. They're just writing in the board of directors and
Yeah, it's just language change.
it's just language. There's no, just
That's correct. There are no substantive changes at all.
making sure I'm not missing something. Thank you.
All right, I think you can call for a motion.
Fair enough. I need someone to make the motion that the board approved amendments to the Human Resources and Relations Policy as recommended by the Governance Committee. Tanya is going to be my first, Regina my second. All in favor? All right, that one's passed.
Great. So moving right along, next we'll look at the board terms of reference. This policy outlines the board's composition, accountability, role, authority, and responsibilities. So here minor amendments are proposed to the policy to ensure consistency with existing board policies. So kind of the same as the previous one. The proposed amendments do not change any substantive content of the policy. It was first approved in 2018 and reviewed in 2021. The Governance Committee recommends that the board approve the proposed changes to the policy.
Any questions, concerns, considerations with the DEI or risk management, public interest? All right, I think you can
All
go
right.
ahead.
Yep. Looking for someone to make the motion that the board approve the proposed amendments to the board terms of reference as recommended by the Governance Committee. Stephen, my first, Alicia, my second, all in favor. Elliot, you're up.
Sounds good. So next we are going to turn to the Executive Committee, terms of reference and mandate policy. So this policy outlines the composition, authority, accountability, and responsibilities of the Executive Committee. Amendments are proposed to this policy to align with changes made to the Registrar CEO's performance, evaluation, and compensation process policy. The policy has also been amended to remove reference to the committee making recommendations on the appointment of appointed committee members to statutory and non-statutory committees. The responsibility will now lies with the screening committee. The policy was first approved in 2020. The Governance Committee recommends that the board approve the proposed changes to the policy.
Any questions, considerations? Can you pull it up on the screen? Peggy's asking. Thank you.
There we go.
Yep.
And Elliot, that's just because we now have that screening committee that does that task for us. Is that correct?
Yeah, because there wasn't a committee at that time.
Okay, any questions, concerns? All right.
All
I
right.
don't see any hands.
Okay, so looking for someone to make the motion that the board approve the proposed amendments to the Executive Committee terms of reference and mandate policy as recommended by the Governance Committee. Kevin will be my first, Peggy Lee my second, all in favor. And that one's done. One more of these, I believe.
Yep. So we're going to look, this is the last one, as he said, we're going to look at the Governance Committee terms of reference and mandate policy. This outlines the composition, authority, accountability, and responsibilities of the Governance Committee. Minor amendments are being proposed to the policy to ensure consistency with existing board policies. The proposed amendments do not change any substantive content of the policy. It was first approved in 2015, which was some time ago, and last reviewed in December 2022. The Governance Committee recommends that the board approve the proposed changes to the policy.
Any questions, considerations about any part of these changes? Okay.
All right, so looking for the motion that the board approve the proposed amendments to the Governance Committee terms of reference and mandate policy as recommended by the Governance Committee. Rob and Henry, all in favor? Thank
Great.
you.
All right, wonderful. We'll continue with Elliot, who will be presenting the report of on the adjustments to the bylaws of re-elections and voter eligibility. Go ahead.
Yep. So, you'll all be aware that amendments to the college's registration regulation will be coming into effect July 1st, 2024, and that the updated regulation will introduce a new inactive class of registration for non-practicing opticians who wish to maintain their license. Registrants in this class will be prohibited from practicing opticianry or supervising students and intern opticians. If they wish to return to the practice, they'll be required to undergo an assessment of their currency based on the number of years that they last practiced. So, as its meeting on May 10th, the Governance Committee considered whether members in this new inactive class should be eligible to A, run for election as a professional board member, B, to vote in board elections, and lastly, for appointment as appointed committee members. So in considering this issue, the committee reviewed and reviewed research regarding the direction that the other regulated health professions acts colleges had taken. So not just us, but we looked at others with regards to their inactive and non-practicing class of registration. The direction that the other colleges have taken is varied. So for example, those in the non-practicing class of registration for the College of Nurses and the College of Optometrists are ineligible to run for council, to serve on its committees or vote. In other colleges, such as dental technologists and the respiratory therapists, they've determined that although those in the inactive class are eligible to vote, they are not eligible to stand for election or be appointed. And the College of Audiologists and Speech Language Pathologists have determined that all registrants, including those within the non-practicing, are eligible for election to the board and to vote. This is also the case for the College of Naturopaths and the College of Midwives in that third category. So the committee noted that determining inactive members to be ineligible would be consistent with the current practice of restricting elections, appointments, and voting to active registrants, as was currently in place for those who have been administratively suspended. The committee discussed the rationale for excluding inactive opticians from eligibility, which is to ensure that those governing the profession are actively, practicing, engaged, and aware of the issues within the profession, which is important from a public interest and risk management consideration. The committee also considered the DEI considerations of determining inactive members as ineligible, as this would be an unnecessary barrier to participation. The committee also discussed if inactive members should be eligible to participate in some, but not all, ways they could still provide insight. Inactive members would also still be paying a reduced membership fee, which would indicate that they're still engaged in the profession or intending to re-engage in the future and just come back. As part of the consultation, feedback would be received from the COO administrative team on any logistical challenge that allowing inactive members to participate in some, but not all ways would pose. In their discussion, the committee agreed that the public interest and risk management considerations identified outweighs the DEI concerns of excluding inactive members from eligibility. However, no final recommendation has yet been made. The committee is therefore recommending that the board circulate the proposed bylaw amendments we have attached for Appendix A. I don't know if that's up on the board yet. There we are. So I'll let you guys just have a quick look at that and then I'll continue. Okay, so first, so I'll just repeat here. The committee is therefore recommending that the board circulate the proposed bylaw amendments in A for stakeholder feedback to receive input from the wider registrant base. The result of this will then be brought back to the committee for review before recommendation is brought to the board for a final decision. So there probably are some questions.
All right, please raise your hand if you have questions or comments. I see Rob and then Derek.
Rob?
The currently you have to be a registered optician to sit on the board.
I believe so, yes.
So, I mean, this is really good, but I don't see any significant or substantial changes. Are they some that affect opticians that we have to go for stakeholder feedback, or is it just prudent?
I'm sorry?
Do we have to go for stakeholder approval on this or stakeholder feedback, or can we just?
We want to go to stakeholder feedback. It's the governance committee feels that it wasn't that we wanted additional feedback beyond simply that of our discussions.
Right.
While we did have discussions and a wide array of views on it, there was a lot of back and forth on it, and we found that one of the best ways to go was to get feedback from the wider group because of its impact. Its impact could be quite significant on that, on the wider group.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Derek?
So appreciate that a lot of work's gone into this with the change of that inactive class. You're welcome, everybody. What I'm wondering here is whether, I mean, the way it's written, it's great, but I mean, I'm wondering whether we're missing an opportunity, and let me explain what I mean by that. With the idea of an inactive class, and I'm thinking particularly those of us opticians who, you know, be in a few years, who are getting to that point where we're looking at semi-retirement or whatnot and want to stay, keep our hand in. I'm wondering whether or not this inactive class, because they're clearly still interested in the profession, whether or not having, even if they don't intend, maybe they're retiring, even if they don't intend to come back per se, whether or not we would see a value in recognizing them into appointed committee member positions, because they are bringing, in most of those specific cases, we're talking 50, 60 years of experience and been around the block a time or two. Maybe we should get them seeing that kind of stuff, and whether we should maybe open up the appointed committee members to the inactive class.
Yeah, so that actually was one of the considerations that we had been, I'll get to you in a second. One of the things we had been considering, this also was in another group such as the one you just described, is also, let's say, somebody who's on maternity leave who, you know, they're in and they're active as one could possibly be, and then they go on maternity leave and they're completely outside of they completely hands off for the duration of their maternity leave, and they're coming right back in. And it's not even a question of, are they coming back? We know they are. And do we want to, so one argument put forward is, do we want to deprive ourselves of this group of people simply because they're on maternity leave? And sorry. So I mean, this is one of the reasons why we're bringing it to the committee, is to get the feedback, because it's not really cut and dry. There's a lot of ifs. There's a lot of, you know, if a person is semi-retired, and that's a totally valid argument. Because you have people who have, just as you said, who have tons of experience, who have the ability to, you know, who still have a lot to contribute, but who may or may not still actually be in a storefront or in a lab somewhere and actually contributing like to the public, but they still have the ability to contribute to us. Versus on the flip side of that, we also have the argument of saying, this person's not in the profession anymore, or they're beyond, they're not just not in it, but it's like they're not as active, they're not in the most active position in the profession. So kind of why should they have a say in the most active parts of the profession? So it kind of,
my response to that, if I may, my only response to that is that if they were retiring and they were done, they would just be done and they wouldn't be giving us money. The fact that they're actually still wanting to be involved enough to actually still pay a fee and say, hey, I want to be inactive, suggests to me that they're still involved in the profession and have something to offer.
Exactly, which is why we're considering having that status, so that somebody can both be in it and not kind of in that happy medium.
Thank you.
Okay, before I go to Tanya and Peggy, Amy wanted to say a few words.
Yeah, I just wanted to build on a couple of the points that Elliot was making. So Rob, as you pointed out, what we've got on the screen in front of you would essentially be maintaining the status quo, in the sense of the bylaws right now don't account for the existence of this new inactive class. So we do need to change them in order to keep the status quo, in a sense, just because otherwise it's silent on the existence of other registration classes. So the changes in front of you are essentially just specifying that the people with all these rights to vote, to be appointed, to be elected, are those holding a certificate of registration as a registered optician. So that means not holding another type of certificate of registration, for instance, an inactive certificate. That being said, as to use your words, Derek, you do have an opportunity at this point to consider what happens to this group of people who haven't been practicing? And right now, the only option they have is to let themselves get administratively suspended. Some of them might be planning to come back at some point, some of them may not. We also have no way of really keeping engaged with that group because they're not under any obligation to renew on an annual basis. So they're generally not keeping up their contact information with the college. So even to have them on a voter list might be moot because we don't actually have a way of keeping up with them. That will be different with this inactive class. They will be renewing on an annual basis. As you pointed out, they've paid a fee. So they have either decided that they want to stay connected to the profession in one way or another, or they're on the fence and they'd like to maintain that as an option. So absolutely, you have an opportunity here to think about reordering some of the puzzle pieces, whether to include them in some or all of the roles that have been identified. So there's eligibility to run for election, eligibility to vote in elections, and eligibility to be appointed to committees. You don't have to have an all or nothing. It can be some or none. So, at this point, there's no decision being made. It's really to get some more information and some more consultation. As Elliot was saying, essentially the committee took the view ultimately with the inactive group is still going to be a mixture of people in terms of their level of engagement with the profession. Whereas, if someone's holding an active certificate, then that typically comes with that level of engagement. So this is the proposal, but of course it will be open to this board to hear the feedback and pick and choose how you'd like the cards to lie at the end of this.
Okay, I'll write your name down, but I'm going to go to Tanya first.
Oh, I'm going on a different mic this time. I think that, Elliot and Amy, you've provided the clarity I needed. Right now, if we're just seeking to go get some feedback from the registrants, I think we absolutely need it before we make this decision. I appreciate that governance kind of saw that, wow, there's like two very kind of different directions we can go, or is this a collaborative direction? It's not a one size fits all kind of issue. So I'm in favor of that. I definitely, my heart was like a little bit poundy when we were talking about people on maternity leave, because I was someone who actually was an appointed member on maternity leave. So my heart's kind of close to that. So thanks.
We were pretty, it was, it came to the point where we just accepted the fact that we had that the only correct course of action is to go for feedback from the committee because of its, not just the impact, but also just the contentious nature of, where do we go? And a big factor playing into it was when we looked to the other colleges, the other professional colleges, and saw such a diverse array of things. It wasn't like, well, 9 out of 10 colleges do this, so, they may be onto something. But in fact, it was like, well, 4 do this, 4 do that, 4 do something completely different. And then there's a 4th classification of people. So everybody kind of was all over the place. And we want to take the due diligence to make sure that when we do arrive at our decision on what to do it, we have the feedback that we go in properly equipped for it, and that it's something acceptable to, as we said, for the DEI, for risk, for the public interest, as well as the optician's interest. So.
Okay, thank you. Peggy, you had a question.
So clarification first, an inactive member is still a registered member, correct? I'm sort of looking at Amy.
Yes, they hold a certificate of registration as an inactive optician.
So with that wording, they are not excluded at this point in time.
With that wording, yes, they would be excluded from eligibility because they do not hold a certificate of registration as a registered optician. That's a different class of registration under the regulation. And don't worry, they don't, this has to be in the technical language because their bylaws will have explanatory material in plain English. That's not explaining it in this convoluted
So they'll
and
be
technical way.
registered as an inactive optician as opposed to a registered optician. Okay.
Correct.
Then I'm going to throw out here, I think, 3 things. Public interest in protecting the public. If somebody is inactive, and especially this maternity leave thing, and they're going to come back, I think that having them involved at the table, whether that's the board, as a board member or as an appointed member, keeps them engaged with what's going on and keeps their level of knowledge, etc., improved from if they were not engaged in that process. And then through that, they are going to be better informed when they come back to being a practicing optician. So you protect the public by giving them that opportunity to have that experience.
Correct.
And then from a DEI point of view, somebody who is doing something else. I mean, we tend to look at somebody on a parental leave as doing something else, but other people are doing other things. And that means they're more involved with the public in terms of maybe understanding other issues going out there from a different perspective, and then they can bring that back to the table as well.
Mm-hmm.
And then just as another point of data, I'm a professional engineer. I'm not licensed to practice, but I am eligible to be on committees for sure. And I think, and definitely to vote because I get the stuff to vote, and I believe I can run.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not a health professional, but that's another profession and how they're managing it.
Correct. So just to kind of divide your comment into two pieces, if I may. That's essentially why we wanted to go to the feedback, is because there are so many considerations. So I totally understand where you're coming from, you know, being able to provide engagement. And that's incredibly important because the first and foremost thing, we always want as many people as possible in the profession engaged in the profession. That's pretty much paramount. But on the flip side is, if somebody's disengaged, that's been their choice to disengage from it and then re-engage. So I mean, there's a few there's a few sides to this. Another such, because I'm just kind of going over some of the discussions that we had in the committee itself. So for example, if somebody decides to back away from the profession and then they go somewhere else and do something else, do they have that engagement anymore? So should they be engaged with the process if they've disengaged with the process, basically? If they've disengaged from the profession, my mistake.
But then they wouldn't want to be involved, so they really aren't that disengaged.
Yeah, so I mean, it kind of goes in a weird little circle there.
Tanya with her 2-year-old on her lap.
Amy, and then Rob, and then back to
I was just going to add, you know, Elliot filled in most of it, but, you know, the committee was just also cognizant that the inactive group is going to be quite a mixture of different people. And you can hold an inactive certificate indefinitely. So in theory, you can have someone who's been inactive for, say, 10 years or more. So I think there was at least still some discussion and some thought around, does that person have the sort of current up-to-date knowledge that they're going to need in order to fully participate and fully contribute and make decisions that are in line with the current practice environment? So it's certainly a balance, I think. And, you know, I think there's a number of factors to think about on, you know, in both respects. And logistically, you know, essentially under the bylaws, I will say, like, there will be kind of a need to treat the entire class the same for the purposes of each one of these three, you know, decisions. Can they vote, can they run, and can they sit on committees? It won't really be possible to differentiate between people within that class of registration. So you're kind of having to think of what is best for that group as a whole, in the sense of how diverse that group is going to be in terms of their, you know, the length of time they've been inactive and their various, you know, endeavors while they are inactive. Some are doing completely different things unrelated to the profession. Some are working in the industry, just not in the capacity as a dispensing optician. So it's a very diverse group of people.
Yeah. And it's because, sorry, just to go on that as well, it's because of that diversity that we don't really want to have an all or nothing solution to this. So that's why in the end, it's glaringly obvious to us that it's going to be a combination of things that an inactive member both will have the ability to do and not to do. And it's simply a matter of trying to find which of those items they'll be able to do and which they won't. I can't see a world really where it'll be, or I can't really see a solution coming up where it says they can't do anything. So it's not an all or nothing. It's a, let's try and figure out what makes the most sense for this diverse group, being that they are a diverse group and there's no like subgroups of inactive members, because then we're just gonna go down, things will get off the rails pretty quick.
Okay, thank you. Rob?
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to send this out to to stakeholders for feedback.
Mm.
When I read this, I'm not hearing the full discussion that you guys had. I thought that you were recommending this. Right now, what I'm hearing is you guys are apprehensive and you're not sure which is the best way to go.
Correct. So, sorry.
So
I'll let you
when
finish.
we send our survey or when we send it out for stakeholder feedback, can we make it kind of a little more, or make it appealing to people to respond honestly and not saying, here's what we're recommending, your comments, maybe give them some options or fool around with a little bit at your discretion so that they have a more fulsome understanding of what we need?
Yeah, so one of the big things we don't want to, so there's two ways of attacking this, and we could say, here's option A, B, and C. And I'm not a big fan of that. What I think will get us the most organic feedback is if we say, here's the situation, here's some ideas that we've been having.
Okay, beautiful.
Because feedback, if we don't want to make it a poll, we want to make it actual organic feedback, because this is a serious issue. And we're going to get because of the diversity of the board and of our reach, we're going to get feedback that is equally as diverse of the board and the reach as well. So I mean, one will equal the other. And I don't think we may get to down the road, we may get to the level where it says, okay, we've reviewed the feedback and we're willing to make the following statements. Do you choose A, B, or C? Because at the end of the day, we have to make a decision on this. We can't just kick the can down the road. So, but at the stage where we're at now, we're chasing feedback so that we can make an informed decision on what to bring forward as the options to either adopt, reject, or even consider.
Okay. Thank you. Tanya?
Sorry, Tanya. Just one second.
So just for clarity, all you're looking for from the board today is like a motion to move forward with the screening or move forward with the survey? Or are you looking for more of a discussion on this?
A little bit of both. So
Okay.
the main motion is to move forward for feedback in consideration of.
Okay. I just didn't want to open a can of worms if we weren't looking to have a discussion.
No, that we will eventually. I just don't think it's going to happen today.
Certainly, I echo again, I'm definitely in favor of hearing what the registrants have to say. And then also maybe just a little comment in that anybody who would be coming in as an appointed member or a board member would run through the screening process, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so that would maybe be a place that would potentially be able to kind of, oh, this person is like very long out of the profession and maybe isn't current as an inactive member. So that maybe is a way that we would be able to kind of eliminate some of those candidates that weren't probably ideal because they weren't current. So
I mean, I would assume in that case they would be screened out to
like before
begin
they
with,
even get- okay.
before it became.
If I could just comment on that, our screening process is not screening for that.
Okay.
Now, it is up to the board. The screening process is in the hands of the board, but our current screening process is screening for competencies. And those competencies aren't related to, what someone is doing in the profession and whether they're currently involved in the work of the profession. They're based on things like, understanding of the public service, their open-mindedness, their commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. So they're more to do with someone's, criteria and behaviors and not actually to do with that level of engagement. Now, of course, again, as I said, the screening process is in the hands of the board, but eligibility to run for election, for example, needs to be set out in the bylaws. So if you're ineligible to run for election because of some degree of non-engagement with the profession that needs to be in the bylaws somewhere. And this is kind of what this would be moving toward. Now, the criteria could be different for appointed members as for elected members. That is again in the board's hands. And the decision to bring on appointed members is different than the screening process for election candidates. If someone has met the election eligibility criteria, then they're eligible to run for election. Then it's up to the registrants who gets elected. The board makes a final decision on who is engaged as an appointed committee member. So the board can screen for the criteria that the board has identified, but they can also make decisions based on other factors. And those decisions can be based on things like, you know, a skill set that they're looking to fill. And that could include a consideration of someone's engagement level with the profession. So each category has some slightly different considerations. And I think part of this consultation process will be to draw out from this group, which is why this is being brought to you before we even go to consultation, and then from the wider group, some of the things that maybe you need to think about in order to make a final decision. So you just have all of the information in front of you.
Thank you. Peggy, you had your hand up earlier.
So I was just thinking about, this issue of we have registered optician board members and appointed members, and then we have government appointees to the board, and we have public members who are appointed members. And this group we're talking about is a little bit of a hybrid of that. So if they would be eligible as non-opticians, so that they are opticians, and then they're not eligible, if you follow what I'm saying, they're kind of an in-between group, and maybe it comes down to how many of people who are in that position. And then I'm going to, as I'm saying this, I'm thinking, so if they're an inactive optician, are they even eligible, for example, to be a government appointee who's supposed to be not an optician? Anyway, these are just things to maybe incorporate with however the survey is worded, for people to think about where do these people fit into the big scheme of things.
Well, that's exactly it. I mean, and that kind of brings us back to the beginning where we said where eligibility is the key word, you know, hovering above my head here, is that it's exactly as you put it. They're not a non-optician member of the public who's been appointed. They're not a non-optician who's been appointed government. Exactly as you said, they fall into the third category of being an optician, but then they aren't an optician. So you can't be one and not at the same time. But in our circumstances, you can. So we're trying to find a home for them.
All right, Stephen, and then Rob.
Two questions I'll try to put into a hypothetical situation. If you had an optician who was forced into, through no circumstances of their own, to become a caregiver for whatever, and then they also own their own optical business, so they become a full-time caregiver for how long period of time that may be, but still at nighttime or on the weekends operate the business, but without doing optician work. Where would they fit into this category, this scenario?
So part of me, I feel that they would be active, but as I'm not an optician personally, I would have to cede that question.
So I'll put it this way. Anyone who's taking a break from practice is going to have various options available to them. If they want to continue holding a certificate as a registered optician, we are going to have an ongoing currency requirement, meaning if they're not maintaining at least 500 practice hours over a 3-year period, at the end of that 3 years, they're going to cease to be eligible to hold that RO certificate. So they'll essentially be kind of forced into the inactive class at that point, unless they're doing refresher programs on the side. But there is a window of time where someone who's not practicing might choose to hold that RO certificate, and would still, 500 hours is kind of an occasional basis. You might still be able to maintain that. If someone moves to the inactive class, they're considered inactive, regardless of, you know, the circumstance that brought them there. And this is the purpose of this discussion is to decide what they would be eligible for under our bylaws. And again, it's if you're inactive, this will apply to anyone holding an inactive certificate for any reason, whether it's for a long-term pause from practice or a short-term, or for medical reasons, for caregiving reasons, for parental leave, all of that. Anyone who chooses to move to the inactive class, this would apply to them.
But with the person owning the business, would they get any credit for that, even though they're not doing the hands-on?
Not for this
day-to-day?
purpose, no.
They're not for that purpose, okay.
Rob, and then I think we're gonna try to wrap this up.
Yeah, first, as chair of registration, there's a lot of work gone into this, and we are very appreciative. And thank you, and very well thought up. Much better your debate and talks about it than ours. So I thank you. I think stakeholder feedback is going to give us a better guideline of where we should be going.
Yeah, ultimately, as much as I would love to be in the position to say, yep, me and the governance committee came to our
That's what I
decision,
thought.
but unfortunately, there are some times that we encounter things that are just simply too large or too important for us to be able to say, yeah, we recommend this, or no, we don't want that. But in this case, it's one of those times where we simply need and want the input.
All right, let's test for consensus on whether we're ready to move forward with a motion. Yeah, I even saw a 6, okay?
So I think I'm good to go as well, except for that I'm reading the proposed motion. I don't necessarily like it. Because I mean, the conversation is not removing the proposed bylaw changes for circulated for stakeholder feedback. We're actually asking more of a question. Are we not? Is there a way to rephrase a little bit, Amy?
Sure. So maybe the motion to put the question of eligibility for inactive class holders out for stakeholder consultation.
Perfect. Rob, do you want to make that motion?
I'll make that motion.
Perfect. Who wants to second it? Kevin, perfect. All in favor? Excellent. Thank you, guys.
All right.
Does somebody have a record of what he said? Because I tried to type it and all I got was two
All good,
put.
Elliot, we got it.
Okay, I got 2 words out of that
He's
one.
got it.
Sorry, Elliot.
He's got it.
Too quick, gone, we've already moved on.
All right, thank you. We are now going to move on to the governance reform electoral districts conversation, and Fazal is going to give us a bit of an overview of that first.
Okay, so I'm just gonna give a little bit of context because we've been on this journey for many years, since going back to 2017. We undertook governance reform, and at that point, we heard from people like Harry Caton, who is big on governance reform from the UK, and we heard from the College of Nurses, who gave us a presentation on what they called Vision 2020, even though a vision thing should be ours. But so they had a blueprint of their governance reform, and it had a number of reforms. At the end of the day, all these reforms were there to bolster public confidence that a regulatory body could regulate its own people in the interest of the public. So there was things such as council size and all kinds of initiatives, which we have actually kind of knocked away at over the course of the number of years. And so one of the big things is always people sitting here, especially the optician members, and having this nagging feeling that although they're supposed to be transacting business for the public, their key or their pathway back onto this table is through a voting system of registrants putting them back here. And so that struggle with this decision that I'm voting on isn't going to go well with my constituency, even though you don't represent these constituents. And so there's been a concern that the way that, and without tossing the election system out the window, that's an HPA level discussion by the government. Is there a way in the middle to kind of break that expectation and that obligation or sense of obligation that an elected member has to the opticians that put them here? So one of the things that some of the colleges have been doing is to break that tether. They've been actually getting rid of electoral districts so that your registrant base is not thinking, okay, I don't like that decision, I'm going to take it out on my local board member. So It's hard. This is a hard discussion. It's one of the last pieces of governance reform, because the first thing that comes to mind is how am I going to get back on here if I don't have my. I guess we have somebody unmuted. So how do I get back on the board if I don't have my pond that I'm quite popular in, or that type of thing? So it's the hardest one because it affects you personally. But at the end of the day, it's one of the last pieces that are keeping you connected to a system that might undermine your credibility in front of the public. Because the public will question, are you doing things because you want to get reelected, or are you doing things because it's good for the public? So the governance committee has been sort of working on it. It's not a cut and dry situation. So Elliot's going to take us through some of the discussion that happened, and possibly the happy median, or the sort of the journey towards, possibly untethering completely.
Yeah. So fortunately, in this case, it's not as fortunate or unfortunate. This is equally as contentious as the previous one, if not more. But in this case, we've narrowed it down a little bit, and we have a list of pros and cons that I'll be presenting.
And again, just Elliot, just to be clear, this is just a decision to go for consultation. So like the last piece, not looking for any final decisions today.
Yeah, but I'm more than happy to answer questions and address concerns here and now as well. So as you are aware, the board has tasked the governance committee with exploring possible governance reform that would help streamline and modernize governance process. One of the possible reforms assigned to the committee is to explore changing or eliminating electoral districts. In October 2023, the committee requested to receive a proposal for reform in 2024. At its meeting in May, the committee was therefore presented with 3 potential models for reform. Model 1, single district. Model 2, broader geographic. And Model 3, maintain the status quo. So there's currently 8 geographical districts in a place at the college for the purpose of board elections. The challenges identified with multiple electoral districts include a lack of diversity and broad composition. The more electoral districts, the smaller the candidate pool. A periodic lack of interest in a district leading to a by-election, and the perception that being elected is by one's peers constituents constitutes a representation to a constituency. I don't know why I couldn't say that word today. Constituency of professional members rather than to the public. Another challenge that the current 8 districts presents is the unequal distribution of registrants, with those districts as it's presented on page 7 of the report. So do we want to there we go. I think that's it. In reviewing potential models for reform, the committee explored changes that other colleges were incorporating into their elections processes. The committee also reviewed a case study of the College of Dietitians, which is included in the board papers, who as of 2024 will elect professional directors from a single Ontario-wide district. The committee discussed the strengths and weaknesses of Model 1 and identified the following. So it would help move away from the perception that the board members represent a constituency of registrants. It would allow for the largest pool of potential candidates. It would remedy a lack of interest in particular districts, which in the past have led to acclamations and supplementary nomination periods. And annual elections would give registrants more opportunities to run for a seat on the board and could increase voter engagement. Weaknesses include the model would not guarantee geographic diversity. The committee explored if this could be addressed at a committee level. Annual elections could cause election fatigue for registrants. It could run the risk of elections becoming urban versus rural. Rural registrants could be at a disadvantage in terms of voting, as they could have a much smaller network of registrants to vote for them. The committee also reviewed Model 2 and noted that other colleges, such as the College of Occupational Therapists and the College of Naturopaths, had chosen to reduce the number of electoral districts to increase voter engagement and create an equal distribution of votes. The committee discussed the strengths and weaknesses of this one, Model 2, and identified the following. Larger geographic districts would help maintain geographic diversity. Broadening districts would increase the number of individuals eligible to participate in each election. This would increase the likelihood that at least one of the candidates would meet the competencies and attributes required. The weakness is that the redistribution of registrants in each district would be administratively difficult, and the college does not have the capacity to continue to redistribute districts according to changing registrant numbers over time. The model doesn't address the issue of board members being perceived as representatives of a particular constituency. The committee explored if this could be mitigated via education and communication with registrants. And broader districts could still run the risk of the majority of registrants being elected from urban centers, and larger districts opposed to a single district would result in a smaller pool of candidates. So the more districts, we're just shortening that pool of candidates as we go. Okay. Following the discussion of the three potential models and the identification of the strengths and weaknesses of each, the committee agreed that the electoral reform should be further. However, we were split on the model that should be adopted. The committee is therefore recommending that the board approve conducting a stakeholder consultation presenting two models of proposed electoral reform in order to receive feedback from the wider registrant base. It's important to note that a decision has not yet been made on a recommendation for electoral reform. Once the consultation is complete, the results will be presented to the governance committee for review and brought forward to the board with recommendations at its next meeting from the governance committee.
All right, thank you. We'll now open the floor for questions and any public interest considerations that anyone would like noted. All right, Stephen, and then
Yeah, Elliot, I want to thank you and your committee for the excellent work that you've done on this, all your material today. When I was former chair of governance years ago, I know it's tough sledding, it's dry work, but you've done an excellent job, and you and your staff liaison people ought to be commended for the excellent job you've done.
Thank you very much. I owe it all to the committee and Amy and all of everybody else helping us out, and as well as you know, the outside consultations we got, like the representative from the College of Nurses and etc. So big team effort there.
thank you. Tanya.
I'm just wondering, once a decision is made on this, do we ever review it again, or does it only come up for review if like we see an issue?
Sure, I can handle that. So
Yeah.
this is not something that is a policy that's on a regular review schedule. I don't think we've looked at electoral districts probably since the college was founded to a certain extent. This is not, yeah, so this is a big one, right? This is not kind of a regular, let's check in on it from time to time kind of question. It's kind of a big, let's, you know, consider potentially changing course for the long term. Now, that being said, there could be legislative change that intervenes at some point. The government about 2.5 years ago now did float a consultation to all of the colleges around potentially amending the Regulated Health Professions Act and all of our respective acts to get rid of elections altogether. They've put that on the shelf for now. But just depending on the political climate, you never know when some of those ideas can be revived. So for now, elections are legislated. We keep having them, and it's just a question of, frankly, positioning the colleges in a way that will demonstrate to the public that level of accountability such that the government doesn't necessarily think there's a need for massive upheaval or change.
Okay, Rob, and then Derek, and then Samir.
Oh, I was just waving my hand. I apologize.
Oh. Hey.
How we doing? All right. Yeah, I mean, Elliot, great work all the way through, but I'm gonna say, Amy, you and I have had a conversation, you know, I'm all for removal of elections. That's a different conversation, and it would be a very different conversation going forward for me here. My concern right now is on a public interest point of view, and I understand the constituency concern that we've got, that people think they're representing their district. And they're not representing the membership of their district, but they are representing the public of their district. And I think we sometimes lose that in our conversation. So my concern with the one massive district or the 4 or 5 little slightly smaller districts is that the urban populations, where you've got more people, you've got more members, you've got more voting members, are going to mean that if they're going to kind of take the lion's share, and we're going to lose representation for the diverse communities, and I'm thinking Indigenous, I'm thinking a few other areas that are found in North and all of these other areas. And I'm really concerned that in an election model, we're actually taking a step backwards with DEI and a step backwards on public interest and health.
So there are a few things I can address there, because I personally shared a similar concern about that. Being a member of the public myself and not an optician, I have a similar view to the one you're describing. One of the big thought processes that the governance committee had, in addition to my own thought process, is it's kind of like when we look at the current Canadian electoral system, where we have, ridings and seats, and how with just Ontario you could win the entire country, because just the population of Ontario just happens to, that's how it works. That's one of the reasons why we're looking at electoral reform here, is we don't want, one of the big weaknesses that we've been viewing is that we could potentially just be an incredibly urban centric, which we know isn't always the greatest idea, even though it would, on a population basis, represent the most population. But we know through a DEI lens, or even a risk lens, that's not a good idea. And part of the reason why we want to go to the feedback stage, much like the previous issue, is because this is something that's just too large to make a decision in the governance committee themselves to say, yes, this, yes, this. I mean, we were split, it was kind of like 3 people, 4 opinions at this point. So, which is one of the reasons why we're coming for feedback.
So on that, and this is kind of more geared towards Fazal, our stakeholder feedback, does it include a diversity of groups and minority populations and whatnot, or are we just going to hear from the association and the top 5?
Yeah, if we wanted a public consultation, a truly public consultation, it would be a big effort, because we would have to go to Leger Marketing or something like that.
Yeah.
So we've done it once every 2 years for our strategic planning session. But on a single item like this, it's an expensive route, such as like $20,000.
I hear you, but I'm really concerned about the ripples after this.
So up to you, it's unbudgeted. And we do get a public lens from a group that we've been part of for a long time, which is the Citizens Advisory Group. So all the colleges contribute to that, and there's a pretty big group of public members from there.
I know we've also been doing some work with the Indigenous population.
Yeah.
Could we include them in the stakeholder feedback on this situation?
Yeah, leave that with us. So we can
I just want to get, I don't want to necessarily do a whole Leger Marketing, we're
Yeah.
going to cover all of Ontario, but I'm thinking if we've already identified and worked with certain groups, maybe their opinions might be good on this one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know,
I can say now, we've just been canvassing, the CAG is meeting in the fall, so that's a group that we could potentially look to as getting some feedback on this. And because they are a group that's a little bit more specialized and they understand what regulated health colleges do, they might actually have some valuable feedback on this topic from a public perspective. I also just wanted to add, to the concern that you raised, Derek. One thing that was interesting in the case study that we, wrote a little bit about in the briefing note, some of the colleges that have gone this route, because of course, this question of representation is important, not necessarily of the registrants in a particular district, but as you said, the patients. So there are a couple of things that I know the College of Dietitians thought about in this process. So number one, they recognize that just because somebody might reside in a particular place, that doesn't necessarily always mean that that's where they're practicing or that's the patient population that they're serving. Number two, geographic diversity might be coming at the expense of other types of diversity. So geographic is it's much more tangible, but you're not necessarily accounting for, again, some of the other criteria, such as rural versus urban. We have districts that are divided up, but we're not screening to see, are all the candidates coming from the urban center in that district, or are they serving populations that live outside of that criteria? So when you have a wider pool of candidates, it actually might increase the chance of accounting for some of those other factors, because you can, and what they've done is put in place a bit of not a screening process per se, but it's a self-identification process for people who are putting themselves forward as candidates, where they're able to get a better picture of these other forms of diversity within it. And then finally, recognizing that there are different patient needs depending where someone is in the province. They said, what's easier than maintaining this through elections is looking at it from the committee level. Because when the board is engaging committee members, you actually have the ability, as though you're hiring somebody to fill a vacant job position, to actually hire for that position, the criteria that you're looking for. So they've decided that instead of maintaining that geographic split at their board level, they've actually implemented a process at the committee level to make sure that they've got that geographic representation from across the province. And also recognizing that it's actually at the committee level where the meat of policy work is getting done, with those recommendations then coming to the board, whose function is really oversight, as opposed to the really getting into the weeds at the committee level. So again, that's not an answer as to what's best for this college. It's just some things to think about, because ultimately, I think everyone agrees that making sure that the patient needs from different backgrounds in different parts of the province are accounted for. And it's just a matter of how to get to there.
And I hear what you're saying, and I actually do appreciate that. And the committee side of it does make a lot of sense, because it does allow us to go more competency based in that sense, and we can actually be more selective in our process. I just don't want it to slip through the cracks where we do one thing and we forget to implement the second thing.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right. Go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to address that before we. So I think at the committee level, just being a member of this discussion, addressing the issue of diversity at the committee level also comes into play. And I mean, there are many members who aren't elected as well. We have the government appointees who have their own set of needs and concerns that they bring to the table. And then the other group, which I'm actually part of, is the non-optician public appointee. And then with me, I bring my own set of needs and concerns from the group that I personally represent. And I think through that, if we also have to remind ourselves that there are non-elected members, I think, that could fill the requirements for DEI moving forward as well. So that if we notice that a group of people are getting left out or underrepresented, when it comes to the actual committee and hiring of the non-elected members, we could, for lack of a better term, thumb the scale a little bit to ensure that there is a more diverse group, so that the college represents as diverse population as possible.
Okay.
So it's not the be all and end all.
Okay, thank you. So we had Samir and then Rob, and I think we'll end it there just in the interest of time. All right, Samir.
Thank you, Derek. You kind of played my mind. Those two questions I had in my head is, first is, why are we sending, or why are we asking, or why are we presenting two proposed model to the stakeholder? Why can't we send out all three? Second is regarding the public interest, considering that we do send out the survey to that group of member as well. Their feedback is very valuable. Third is, what I'm seeing is, what I wanted to know, are we seeing any like increased interest from one district to the other to run election? Like what's the heart of it, basically?
Could I just ask Carolyn just to scroll up just to the previous
Yeah.
page, just so you can see the breakdown? So you
There
can
we
just see here that, you know, leaving aside our all Ontario district, just numbers wise, there's quite a difference in distribution from one to the next in terms of, you know, how many people there are, and by consequence, you know, the number of candidates that tend to put their name forward. So certainly in the smaller districts, it's not always as easy to find candidates.
But that would be the same question, like, are we currently running election and we are getting one or two interests? Some of them are just basically getting it appointed, you know, without having any challenge. With this proposed, would make any difference to the group?
So one thing I will note, we have had many years where it's only been acclamations. And including last year. This year, as you may be aware, we have an election opening at the end of the week. There are two candidates in each district. Now, the College of Dietitians reported that this was their first year running on the all district model. And I believe they had, I think, 5 to 7 candidates, which is the most they've ever had. So that increased the sort of numbers and the competition, I guess, as it were, quite significantly in just even their first year.
I think I also heard a question about why not also present the status quo
exactly
in your consultation? Just want to make sure that gets addressed.
Yes.
Yeah, like I think when we prepare the briefing that we will be offering.
Yeah, it'll be
showing all-
status quo, option 1, option 2.
Okay.
Is the recommendation saying two model only? Yeah.
I guess maybe it might have been phrased right, like there's 2 new models, but we'll make sure the status quo is also presented.
I'll change the motions.
And then Rob.
Yeah, I mean, you said the government shelved a proposal. Did we look at that?
Oh, we made
that
submissions on
Canadian-
that, yes. That was not something that we have the authority to adopt ourselves. It was because it's embedded in the legislation that we have to hold elections.
Okay, so we can't do it. Thank
We
you.
can't do it. It was the government consulting on a number of governance reforms that would have impacted all colleges, and this would have been through legislative change.
Beautiful.
They got our comments on it, but then they didn't end up moving forward.
Thank you.
Okay.
How did we comment on that one? Sorry, very briefly.
It was a long written response that was
Oh, okay.
submitted, yes.
Don't worry.
It is, I believe it is available, probably in our archive materials. if it's
Okay,
of
great.
interest.
There was nothing brief about it.
I
right.
can't imagine there would be,
Quickly,
sorry.
Peggy.
What was your I'm waiting for what was your estimate if there was a public consultation done for cost?
About $20,000.
Okay. Spend that on lots of things.
Yeah.
I think in this, maybe buried is an option of keeping the district, but having one overall Ontario one as an option of bringing in some
That's one of
breadth
the
with.
models.
That's one of the models.
And then I think I just feel that I need to say that we need to be careful and not, I feel that if you do an all Ontario, you get an all Toronto. And the issues in, you know, somewhere north of Thunder Bay. And I guess I've been in, you know, in committees with Kevin there saying, as an optician, right? So not as a public member, whatever, what his experience is trying to serve the public when it's a very, very different situation than I might have in Toronto, where I can probably go to, I don't know, like 50 opticians within a 15-minute circle of my house if I'm driving.
Okay. Thank you, thank you. So that will be part of the consultation process. Can I just get by a high five if we're ready to move to a vote? Okay, you're good to go.
Amy, what does my motion look like? That factors all three now?
That the board agree to put the proposed models 1, 2, and 3 out for consultation for feedback.
Perfect. Samir, you'll make that motion for me. Perfect. Rob seconds it. All in favor? And we're done. Thank you, Elliot.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you
Nice
very
work.
much.
And Elliot, because you did your next piece this morning, you're done.
I'm free.
All right, thank you.
Well
So,
done.
so we're now going to move.
Just a symbol.
Can we keep
Sorry,
conversation
can we
going?
keep moving?
It was just a question of, is one of those we have 7 or 8 districts plus in all Ontario, or
That's what we have
That's
now.
current, yes.
That's the current
Oh,
model.
there is an all Ontario one? Oh, okay. Did not realize.
The representative sitting beside you.
All right,
Is
so-
it all Ontario guy?
Mhm.
And you're not from Toronto?
No.
all right, let's move to the governance approach policy monitoring report, and Omar is going to present the report. Amy, did you need to present some context? I think I skipped you.
Sure.
First of all,
Yeah,
good
Omar,
afternoon.
can you just give Amy a moment to present a bit of context for this topic?
This is just to introduce Omar. I'll turn it over to you for a moment. So those of you who have been on the board for a while know that we go through this process of monitoring reports, and that each quarter you're hearing from one of your peers on the board to present on one of the 8 policies that were identified for direct board monitoring. So this is essentially a check-in by one of your board members to one at a time look at these policies and give some feedback on whether the board is following its own policy, to potentially identify any things that need to be addressed or dealt with. We're not going to be asking for any motion on this report, but Omar has been given an opportunity to identify any areas of concern. He's given a score on each area of the policy. So if there is anything or any concerns that any board members have, even if you see full marks on all fronts, you're more than welcome to voice any thoughts or suggestions that you have, and that will certainly be actioned.
Okay, thank you, Omar. You're up.
Okay. Good afternoon all. So in October 2017, the board approved the governance approach policy 40-1. The purpose of this policy is to outline the board's commitment to policy governance and its governance model, and to ensuring that roles are clearly defined between the board and operations. Monitoring important policies confirm that the board is fulfilling its duties and responsibilities, and that the appropriate process are in place. Hopefully, you have reviewed the monitoring report on the governance approach policy that is attached as Appendix A. This report covers the period from June 2022 to May 2024. A copy of the policy is also attached as Appendix B. There are 8 policy criteria. 1, role distinction. Its responsibility is related to the governance only and is not relevant to operations at all. This is evidenced in the December 2022 and 2023 meetings, where there was extensive discussion on the board's strategic plan. The policy governance manual also outlines board staff relationship policies. In conclusion, the level of achievement I have indicated is that compliance has been fully achieved. Number 2, role explanation. This provides background information on the various operational parts of the organization. This is evidenced by the board's decision of its action plan, the board's effectiveness evaluation policy, and the board's code of conduct, which sets a very clear standard on the roles and responsibilities of each director. Again, in conclusion, The level of achievement I have attached is that compliance have been achieved. Number 3, role education. The expectation of this is that all directors will be trained with appropriate guidance and instructions. I believe this was evident by the working session in March, in which the board decided to offer a board committee mentorship program to enhance the overall skills of the board. In conclusion, the level of achievement I have indicated is that compliance have been fully achieved. However, there is always room to facilitate new training and enhance the skills of directors. Number 4, role evaluation. This is the idea that every director will be evaluated based on the performance and will obtain constructive feedback. This is evident by the board's discussion on the board effective evaluation policy, in which directors agree that the board chair will ensure that all directors complete the self-evaluation form. In conclusion, the level of achievement I have indicated is that compliance have been fully achieved. However, I would like to highlight that in order to avoid any frustration or negative experience, interactions regarding role evaluation must always be professional. Number 5, role enforcement. This is the idea that there are consequences for any behaviors demonstrated by directors which are not in line with the code of conduct of directors and committee members. This is evident in the application of the agreed upon code of conduct, as well as the board effectiveness evaluation policy. This is also evident by the impact of self-review forms completed by each director and the evaluation of the board chair regarding the performance of each member. In conclusion, the level of achievement I have indicated is that compliance again have been fully achieved. Number 6, policy monitoring. This is the regular monitoring on ongoing basis of the board's adherence to the rules and regulation. This is evidenced by the board's strategic plan, which is a useful tool to monitor the board's performance against a robust framework on a regular basis. It is also evident by the board monitoring reports and registrar CEO monitoring reports achieved at each meeting. In conclusion, the level of achievement I have indicated is that compliance have been fully achieved. Number 7, board responsibility. This is the board's commitment and the fiduciary duties, or rather responsibilities, as promised by the boards of directors. This is evident by the code of conduct, which clearly outlines the responsibility of board directors. At each board meeting, members are also reminded of their duties and the value of their contribution. The board's responsibility is also outlined in the board's strategic plan. Detailed discussion regarding the board's strategic agenda took place at the December 2023 meeting. In conclusion, I have indicated that compliance have been fully achieved. And last but not least, number 8, board's discipline. This is the procedures and shared promises of directors, such as attendance, which are in place to ensure that the board's operation is running smoothly and delivering its promise. This is evident by the shared consensus on an appropriate successive plan, frank discussions, conversations in timely attendance of members, and the quality of questions asked or answered. It is also the overall value of the committee connected and the level and the lived experience that each member brings to the table. In conclusion, the level of achievement I have indicated is that compliance have been fully achieved. I now pass it over to our facilitator.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we'll open the floor to any questions for Omar. Not seeing any questions. Are there any action items coming out of this monitoring report?
The only Omar, the only recommendations I saw were a continuance of maintenance, were they not?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're good.
All
to
right.
Move on. Thank you. Thank you, Omar.
Thank you.
If I may add that over the weekend, I was in Texas for my nephew's wedding. And because of this meeting, because of the report, I arrived back last night at 12 o'clock, 12 p.m. midnight.
Well done.
It just demonstrates
Snaps
my
for
commitment.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, next we'll hear from Fazal for the presentation of the monitoring report, starting with financial condition. Over to you.
Okay. So I was just gonna kind of put out there that these monitoring reports are sort of the way that the board monitors that everything is in order. So as the board of directors, you receive monitoring reports mainly from the team. So there's a number that I'm giving today, and this is sort of part of your risk management duties. Is sort of you've set these policies up, and we are expected to bring back what we interpret is required of the policy. So you sort of will check in with you and say, have we interpreted it right? And then second, the evidence that we present that we feel we've met the requirements. So this is, one of the heart and souls of your duties is looking over these monitoring reports. So it's tough after lunch and carbs are kicking in, but I've got about 4 to give, so buckle up. So I'll present and then I'll turn over to Karen to just check in with you. So let's start with financial condition, I guess is what we're on deck for.
Yeah.
Okay. So the policy requirement, for instance, there's 2 columns in this report. So the policy requirement and then the interpretation and evidence. So the policy requirement here is that the board needs to know its financial position. The interpretation and evidence that we'd like to give is that 2023 fiscal year ended with a surplus over revenues of 187,000. The college's audited net assets as of the end of December 2023 were just around the $5.2 million mark. That included fees received for next year's renewal. And that we had $96,000 in what's called restricted assets, which is a requirement under the RHPA that we have for funding of sexual abuse counseling. So that's there. We have unrestricted assets, which you saw in the audit reports this morning. The policy requirement is to give an idea of expenditure and then highlight anything that might be of substance. In 2023, we ended with sufficient liquidity to operate in 2024. Something to note was there was an increase in database costs of about $22,000, which was a variance to budget. This reflected the college's investment in major projects, especially with the new registration regulation coming. There's more reporting requirements, new classes that we've got to build. So there is work that might not have been accounted for, but luckily, our position is good that we can respond. Overall, total expenditures were still under budget by 8%. A lot of it's contributed to the board and committees meeting virtually. Fewer matters requiring external legal advice, which is one of the benefits of having in-house legal counsel. The indefinite deferral of the MSF project. 2024 onwards, we've basically retired the multi-source feedback. So that's been adjusted for in the 2024 budget. But in 2023, it was an ongoing process. So we had budgeted for that. As far as debt goes, no funds have been borrowed or loaned in 2023 or in the first quarter of 2024. As far as reserve funds, as I was commenting on, general reserves funds have not been accessed in 2023 as we anticipated a surplus and we achieved that. Payments and receivables, vendor payments, payroll, board expenses, source deductions, HST is all being remitted in accordance with 30-day payment schedule, and EFT runs are done every 2 weeks. As far as reporting goes, the financial condition of the college, we report out quarterly to first the finance committee, which is your executive, and then to the board at its quarterly meetings. And the executive committee / finance committee reviews a little bit more of a deeper dive prior to it coming to the board So that is our interpretation of this policy, and I turn it over to Karen to check in. with the
Great.
board.
Yeah, so two questions. Are there any concerns, questions, or feedback with regards to the registrar's interpretation of this policy? Rob? Oh, that you're giving me a 5 already. Okay, you're like 3 steps ahead. Come on. Anything that anyone is concerned with? Yes, Stephen.
So when you've been talking to our money managers on our GICs that are coming up this year, have they indicated at all, do they expect a high return again, perhaps, or
They're
where the
like,
market is?
they're speculating just like everybody on interest rates and things, but like I think we can count on a pretty strong return still. You know, there's not been any real movements on interest rates. So we've been enjoying for the last about 2 years or so, some really good returns.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Anything else? Right, I think you're going to go through the
Okay.
motion.
So the fun thing with these ones is there's actually 2 motions, so we get to hear from more of you. I'm going to ask somebody to make the motion that the board approve the registrar's interpretation of the policy was reasonable. Regina, Stephen, my seconder, all in favor? Good. And for number 2, I need somebody to make the motion that the board agrees that the registrar, the CEO complied with the policy. Paul, I see you. My seconder, please. Tanya, and all in favor? Perfect. And
Wonderful. All right, Fazal, you can move to the investment policy monitoring report.
So again, this is another financially related monitoring report. So again, down the left side of the policy, which you'll see up in a moment, is the policy requirement. And on the right side is the interpretive evidence. So I will just wait for 1 sec until it's pulled up. Perfect, thanks. Okay, so one of the policy requirements is that the investment funds are managed between the college. We have an investments advisor over at BMO Nesbitt Burns, who we work with regularly to kind of provide the expertise that we don't necessarily have in guiding us with our investments, which we look at least twice a year. As far as investment parameters goes, you know, I believe we've met the board's expectation of reasonable liquidity by maintaining at least a liquidity ratio of 2.0 and ensuring that investment maturity dates are split throughout the year to give us continuous revenue. That way, funds that we're not needing are invested, and we have funds just in time for expenses as they're coming up. To ensure preservation of capital, we're using a very conservative investment strategy, which is GICs. And right now, we're, I think, achieving a good rate of return on investment between 5.06 and 5.61% against the current market. We'll be seeing these mature in June and in October of this year. We try to operate with a very diverse investment policy, portfolio, I should say, holding multiple GICs within the CDIC insurance limit and our high interest savings account. And we maintain a minimum in that high interest savings of at least 12 months operational funds. As far as evaluation of results between the deputy registrar, the finance manager, and myself, we are looking at the investments regularly, along with the funds manager, to monitor how we're going, and also our financial requirements if we see any unforeseen expenses. You know, the external advisor provides you know, additional monitoring and investment performance overview every time we meet with them. And as far as reporting goes, audited financial statements to the board were given this month, and that those reports included investment results for the previous fiscal year. So they have been independently verified by the auditor. So not glamorous, but that is the nuts and bolts of what we do with the funds that we're sitting on.
All right, let's go back to our questions. Are there any questions or concerns about the interpretation of this report? All right, we're good to go.
all right, so just like last time, first motion, I need someone to make the motion that the board approved that the registrar's interpretation of the policy was reasonable. Regina, and seconded by Alicia, all in favor? Excellent. Second motion, looking for somebody to make the motion that the board agrees that the registrar CEO complied with the policy. Rob, seconded by Paul, all in favor? Fantastic.
All right, it's time for the vendor relations monitoring report.
Okay. I'll just give Carolyn a second. She is multitasking, which we appreciate. Perfect, thank you. So this monitoring report speaks to how we go about procuring vendors for different things, making sure that the process is rigorous and transparent, and that there's no conflicts of interest that arise or can be avoided. So one of the policy requirements is that we have a procurement framework. So right now, the board has basically stated that you need at least 3 quotes for anything that's being purchased above 25,000 and under 50,000. So between June 2021 to May 2024, this is a 3-year reporting cycle. At least 3 quotes were received and an RFP was put out for the quality assurance program to help us evaluate the program while we were planning for the 23 budget. So even though we weren't required it, we still did an RFP. Under the policy, an RFP process is to be followed for purchases exceeding 50,000. So in the reporting period between June 2021 and May 2024, there actually weren't any purchases valued over 50,000. The RFP process includes the college sourcing quotes from vendors who are identified as being competitive leaders in the field. We look at providing each vendor with a detailed framework of what we're looking for and invite them to submit a proposal outlining the scope of their work and what they could offer and an estimate of their professional fees. Another requirement of the policy is conflict of interest protection. So typically proposals are going through multiple hands. They start at the manager level because that's where the work usually originates. So the managers are responsible for sourcing quotes and proposals for their department initiatives and then presenting to the executive office, which would be myself and Amy and our finance manager. So there's 2 levels that we look at it there. So we're provided information as to how the vendor was sourced. Proposals are reviewed by the deputy registrar and myself to ensure that the vendor is not in conflict of interest. As far as contract review goes, contracts are reviewed right away. Luckily, we have the benefit of in-house legal counsel to look at those. If a special eye is needed for specialty legal, we will outsource it. So things come up periodically for service and maintenance needs. Feedback is received from college staff also to ensure that contractual obligations of the vendors are being met. So even when we sign a contract, we're still checking in with the team to make sure the vendor is performing, and if not, we take corrective action. As far as prospective vendor protection, we're very particular that confidential information regarding their quotes and competitive knowledge and information that's proprietary is not shared with any other vendors. Only with their permission of the vendor do we seek references, which are usually sought from other regulatory colleges in the community. But again, only with their permission. As far as capital asset acquisition, we always try to make sure there's a balance between cost and benefit. We look at historical costs and we look at the current asset usage as we look at everything in context. Quotes and contracts from multiple vendors are always secured to ensure that we're getting competitive pricing. As far as vendor payments go, vendors are paid in accordance with their contractual obligations. About 89% of all suppliers are set up to receive direct deposit through EFT or via credit card payment. And regular account reconciliations are initiated by the college to ensure invoices are not missed and that the college remains in good standing with its vendors. So that is my report on that.
Any questions or concerns? Okay.
All right, looking for someone to make the motion that the board approve the registrar's interpretation of the policy was reasonable. Omar, seconded by Henry. All in favor? Excellent. And now somebody to make the motion that the board agrees that the registrar CEO complied with the policy. Paul, yes. Regina, seconder. All in favor? Perfect. Thank you.
All right, and
Okay.
on to the last one.
All right. This stands between you and cookies.
Yep.
Okay, so relationship with the public and beneficiaries policy. This is a bit of a long report, which is a good news story because I think the college has done some great work. It is a 3-year cycle, so it does cover a lot of things. I apologize. The next report is due in 2027, not 2024. Typo on my part. So starting with policy requirements. First of all, engagement of the public is consistent with the RHPA and regulations, and that it reflects the values of the organization, as well as using open and transparent processes for public involvement. So a number of things to expand our public reach. We've been live streaming all board meetings on YouTube. Second, the college is invested in a lot of social media efforts on platforms such as Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn to educate and inform the public on the role of the college itself and its registrants, as well as information on what level of care a patient should expect to receive. So that is something that's we're regularly posting on, sometimes several times a week. Third, the college is committed to ensuring a public focus on our policy development by investing in recruiting in additional public members, aside from those appointed by the government. So it's not something that all colleges do. They are moving that way, but we're one of the first colleges to basically hire or appoint not just optician members, but public members, so that we have more public eyes on our committees. Let's see here. We continue to post all our proposed changes to regulations, fees, etc., on our website, both in accordance with our statutory obligations and over and above. In addition, as I said, feedback was also sought on several occasions where it was not required by law to ensure that registrants and the public had an opportunity to provide their input. This included things like the quality assurance program, changes to that, bylaw amendments relating to governance reform. And in your report, there's actually a link to a full list of public consultations that we have done. So kind of too much to list here, but it is available for you. Now, we continue to be focused on understanding as many viewpoints as possible. So to that end, in 2021, the college did engage Leger Marketing to conduct an in-depth survey of 1,000 Ontario patients as part of our environmental scan leading up to the 2022 to 2024 strategic planning session. Those scans typically include registrants, the association, educators, typically optometry, and the government. In 2023, last year, the college once again engaged Leger Marketing to conduct a public survey. That was mostly around access to care. One thing that we did do as part of our collaborative efforts is we offered other regulators, optician regulators from across the country to join in and hopefully help us fund a bigger reach. So instead of the 1,000 that we did in Ontario, we were able to get all the other provinces to join in through NACOR and expand it to 2,000 Canadian patients to get a better cross-section of patient needs. So, you know, an example of our collaboration and our dedication to public voices. Another one of the requirements of the policy is having an organization that's professional and safe, enables communication and engagement by the public and with other colleges. So all our surveys are conducted anonymously to encourage candor and ensure confidentiality. And we always make sure that our contact information is available, especially if it's particular to a certain topic. We make sure that the specific department contact is there so that you get the most direct line and the most accurate information. As part of our sort of pre-planning before I'll be mentioning the Indigenous engagement project that we're working on. Sort of preceding that, the college leadership that was going to be part of that have undergone extensive cultural safety and humility training as part of our Indigenous engagement project before we actually met with community members. We also are very dedicated to or committed to having a relational lens to focus on plain language on all our communications. So communications that leave the college, both that are public facing or registrant facing, we make sure that we apply a lens that anybody can really understand what we're asking. We sometimes get very caught up in shop talk and expect everybody else to understand what we're saying. So we review everything with that critical lens. And we've also trained all the staff, to apply that relational lens. As to also sort of make sure that we get good, I would say, genuine feedback from community engagement. We have invested in facilitators to help us with those engagements. So with the Indigenous engagement that we have just recently done, and we'll probably use this with any equity deserving public group. We're trying to find a facilitator that's from within the community to help us bridge possible gaps and help us foster trust. So we've used council government relations in the last round of facilitations, and they actually have Indigenous staff that were part of this facilitated engagement. The other requirement here, the organization ensures a culture that is reflective of a commitment to provide fair, transparent, prompt, and timely service. The college internally employs a formal style guide to make sure that we are consistent in the way that we're communicating and collaborating. So we, all departments are having a very streamlined approach. As I said, the language is always looked at, but even the way we are in print is formalized and streamlined. As I mentioned earlier, all staff receive training in relational writing and communication. We always hire a consultant to do that. And we do that every probably 2 to 3 years based on any staff turnover or things like that. Finally, the process of addressing a member of the public's requests, concerns, or complaints is fair, objective, and respectful. Staff in the relevant departments have all participated in training in customer service delivery, including de-escalation techniques and trauma-informed approaches. Another requirement of the policy is establishing a clear understanding by the public of what they may expect from the college's services. Simple things like college hours and contact information we make sure are clearly and readily available. Inquiry emails to department email addresses receive an auto reply, immediately letting the writer know when they can expect a response. We use social media platforms are utilized to further disseminate timely updates to the public. Boy, another page or two. Sorry, I know, cookies. Sorry, it's a 3-year report, so there's lots that's done here.
7 minutes, huh?
We'll get there. That's a 350. A reasonable plan to ensure that persons may use French in dealing with the college. So in this arena, at this point, I'm happy to say all application policies and materials for students, interns, and opticians are available in French. French services are available to any applicant or registrant to the college. And if needed, we employ translation services. The college continues to hold French language exams at La Cité College in Ottawa. And we have been having or requesting of NACOR to, as much as possible, have bilingual examiners available in the Toronto and Barrie sites. It was becoming a bit difficult that we didn't just have enough critical mass to have repeat multiple sessions in 1 year in Ottawa. So that's a bit of a burden for a student who may have failed and has to wait a whole year. So we try to accommodate that instead of them leaving the province, that they come to Toronto or Barrie, and we make sure that there's a bilingual examiner there for them to work with. In 2023, a dedicated French version of the college website was launched. So a lot of websites just use a function to sort of Google Translate. So here we've actually use proper translation services to make sure that we get an authentic translation that makes sense legislatively. So we've invested quite a bit. We spend a lot of money every year with that. We do get some funding from the government, so recognizing that every year there's a bit of money provided to us for those services. Providing services that are appropriate consideration of clients' differences, cultural, geographic, language, and other. As I said, translation services are engaged when we need them, especially when it comes to the complaints. We're very cognizant that it's difficult, especially for people with different languages. So not only do we try to accommodate for language, but we also try to accommodate for different access as far as technology goes. Not everybody's computer literate. So we do work with people to provide written submissions. We adopt, we use like recording devices or other methods, anything we can to help a patient communicate what their concern might be. So the staff are employing a variety of tasks to make sure we capture the public's concerns. Now, as part of our commitment to cultural safety and humility, this college, in collaboration with the College of Optometrists, has engaged Council Public Affairs, which is our government relations firm, to engage the Indigenous community. And what we're trying to do is to better understand that community's experience when they access eye care. The end result is what we're hoping to do is develop a standard of practice around cultural safety and humility to guide our opticians as they engage with patients from diverse cultural backgrounds. The nice thing here about this is that I think the learnings from this endeavor will translate well to other equity deserving groups. Ensuring confidentiality, all information that the college receives is kept strictly confidential unless we're required by law to disclose, and allowable exceptions are always reviewed by legal counsel before we share. And finally, process existing to encourage persons who believe they have not been protected under the policy to express their concerns. All concerns received by the college are reviewed carefully and brought to the attention of the registrar and or deputy registrar to ensure that we are taking steps to address these concerns and respond directly. So that was a very long report. I apologize, but it is once every 3 years. So thank you for your patience, and I'm open to any questions.
Excellent. Cookies notwithstanding.
Yes.
Any questions or concerns for, yes, Tanya?
I'm not sure if this question fits here, so if it doesn't, I don't want
No
to
problem.
delay anyone's cookies. With the Indigenous engagement, is it across a variety of Indigenous communities or is it one specifically?
So what we've got is a contact over at our government relations firm. She has actually curated a group from a number of communities.
Okay.
So it was actually, we just had this engagement partly in March and then a little bit in June. Or maybe, yeah. And it was split into two. We had a large group and then 1 or 2 people who didn't make the engagement, but it was a cross section of communities.
Yeah, because just like there would be like rural versus like urban, when we were talking about our districts, it would be, or in my experience, it's very similar to that of like, there's like Indigenous communities that are like, whoa, business, very progressive, and then other ones that are very rural in a very different situation. So
yeah,
I'm glad to hear that that's encompassing everyone.
Yeah, we got a lot of great input. We're expecting a report from council that consolidates all that feedback.
Great, thanks.
Excellent.
Yes, Carlos.
Sorry, just lighting up your microphone.
Have we looked at the IFHP program for the refugees? I've heard from a lot of refugees that are having difficult time going to places and getting service because a lot of stores are not upping to accepting these patients. And it's kind of sad. Yeah, Carlos, I think Amy furiously typed that down. So we will look into that. We've been looking at the NIHB, which has been identified as sorely lacking in accessibility. So we have been raising flags to the appropriate people on that one, but we'll definitely look into this as well.
NIHB for anyone who's
National Insured Health
non-insured health benefits.
Right.
So that's
Federal program.
It's a federal program for First Nations and Inuit Métis.
That one's the First Nations. This one is the refugees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got that down. Thanks, Carlos.
Anything else? Right, over to you.
All righty, so looking for someone to make the motion that the board approved that the registrar's interpretation of the policy was reasonable. Paul, and seconder of it, Rob, all in favor? Perfect. And also looking for someone to make the motion that the board agrees that the registrar or CEO complied with the policy. Perfect. All right.
Got your people?
I got Regina and I've got Alicia. I forgot to
Excellent.
say it out loud. It was in my head.
That's okay.
All in
That's why
favor?
I'm here.
That's why you're here.
Just so that Amy can capture it. All right, we have a 15-minute break. We'll be muting the microphone and turning off the camera. We'll be back in 15 minutes.
Dissolve.
who will present the quarterly strategic work plan mid-year update.
Thank you, Karen. Okay, so hopefully these are becoming, you know, a regular piece for those of you who have been on the board for a while. So just as a reminder to, actually, this will be the first time some of our new board members are seeing this document. So let me just give a little bit of context. So as you know, we are operating a 3-year strategic plan. But each year, the board puts together what's called a strategic work plan agenda. So this is a way of mapping out the year and making sure we're hitting all of the benchmarks on a quarterly basis in order to keep on track with not just the strategic plan, but all of your quarterly things that are part of the board's responsibility. So this is always approved every December for the next calendar year, but we do a check-in in you know, Q2, so June, as we're halfway through, and we show you how you're doing in accomplishing all of the policy work and various other monitoring work and reports that you are expecting to do by this point of the year. Any course corrections we've made, things that have been added. So you have an opportunity today to look at this and give any feedback. If there's anything that you'd like to see added or changed, now's your opportunity to do so. So just to give you a little sort of primer, you've got some notes in the briefing note on how to read these reports. You'll see each quarter of the report is, or each page of the report is 1 quarter of the year. And as we go through the year, anything that was planned and scheduled that we did on time turns green. Blue means it was something that was new. It wasn't originally on the agenda, but it got added later and it's been subsequently completed. Red means it hasn't been completed yet, and there will be a little note saying when it's been moved to, and you should have a note in your briefing, attached briefing note on the rationale, and I'll take you through because there aren't many of them. And then you'll see it from you know, the Q3 and 4 onward, we haven't gotten there yet, so all of that is still pending. So the couple of just things to draw your attention to as we're halfway through the year now, there was a policy on deck earlier this year called the non-practicing status policy. That's been bumped to Q3. And that's just because, you know, the registration committee has been doing a lot of heavy lifting, as you'll see after this report, continued work in implementation for the new registration regulations. So there had to be a little bit of triaging and prioritizing. This one was somewhat dependent on some other policies going forward. So it was just bumped so that they could deal with the other policies first. Then Patient Relations Committee terms of reference and mandate policy. You know, we had a lot of policy work coming from the governance committee this quarter, so that just to sort of even out their workload a little bit, that got moved to Q3. And then finally, we had, you know, tentatively, we try to map out some training that the board has identified throughout the year. So there was a sort of tentative slot for this quarter on diversity, equity, and inclusion, but instead the board had also identified appreciative inquiry training as a priority. So that ended up working out schedule-wise for this quarter. So we'll be working on bringing some DEI training later this year. Apart from that, a few things were added to your agenda, but nothing else that has been removed or not accomplished yet. So just want to hear any feedback or questions or anything from the group on that.
Yeah, Derek.
I just want to say, Amy, the fact that I like that we do this every year because it's really nice to touch base and to kind of see where we are and what's still waiting.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments, feedback? Okay, then we can move on. That was for discussion, for information only. Turn it over to you, Rob, to lead a discussion on registration policies, starting with the language proficiency policy. No?
No. Inactive class?
Inactive class policy.
Surprise.
Surprise.
So first of all, I'd like to thank staff very much who has been the driving force behind all these policies. So the first one that we have is the inactive class policy briefing note. We talked about that a little bit today. So the new reg that will take place on July 1st establishes the inactive class of registration meant for opticians who do not actively practice the profession. The inactive class allows registrants to keep their registration with the college if they decide to stop practicing for some time. I don't know if I should go over this or not. We went over it this afternoon. I'll do it again. It'll take 2 minutes. Is that okay? What's your indulgence? The examples are opticians practicing outside of Ontario, working different positions on parental, sick, maternity, or education. So opticians holding a certificate of as a registered optician will have an opportunity to transfer to the inactive class if they fulfill the conditions as outlined in the regulation. To create a fair and open procedure for registrants who want to move to the inactive class, we put forth an inactive class policy. The proposed inactive class policy specifies the requirements for the inactive certificate of registration, including the yearly obligation to maintain the inactive certificate required by the Reg Committee. The proposed policy also describes the application process for the inactive class certificate of registration and offers guidance to opticians wishing to resume active practice. We haven't worked out all the nuts and bolts about resuming. Those will be forthcoming. The inactive class policy safeguards the public interest by establishing requirements for inactive class registrants that appropriately reflect their non-practicing status and ensuring its transparency to the public. In developing this policy, we considered the needs of non-practicing opticians in different life circumstances while allowing them to maintain registration with the college. We recognize that the obligation to uphold professional standards must be balanced against the obligations under the Human Rights Code to avoid practices and policies that may be directly or indirectly discriminatory. The inactive class policy clarifies the limitations associated with the inactive class of registration and guides how to convey the non-practicing status to the public. It also helps, this transparency helps reduce the risk to the college. If an optician engages in unauthorized practice and does not comply with the terms and conditions of their inactive certificate of registration. I'll turn it over to Karen.
All right, are there any questions? I'll wait the requisite 7 seconds. Okay. Oh.
Question that's written down here. How's it going to be monitored? And is it an honor system? What if they don't display the certificate?
I'm sorry, they're not working, so they shouldn't be displaying any certificate.
I thought they had to put a certificate up that they weren't working.
Well, they're not working, so where would they put it?
Well,
I'm
how
just
would,
confused, sorry.
how would you know?
I can jump in. The
Okay.
policy actually says they must not display a certificate. So it expressly says that in
Okay.
there. So, you know, in terms of how it's monitored, yeah, like if we were to get word or wind of someone who is practicing while inactive, that would be an investigation into potential allegations of professional misconduct. So a lot of these are, you know, prohibitions that already apply to registrants who are administratively suspended, and they get a letter when their license is suspended for non-renewal that says all of the same things now. It's just making sure that we have a clear, transparent policy around what you can't do during that period where you're inactive. And one of them is display your certificate.
Sorry, Henry, there was 2 other questions.
No, that's
They're
it.
good? Okay.
Just more specifically, are there any points or considerations around public interest or DEI or risk management? Okay, I think you're good to do a motion.
Perfect. So I'm looking for someone to make the motion that the board approve the proposed inactive class policy. Virginia, perfect. Thank you. Seconder to that motion. Kevin, all in favor of it? All right, good to go.
All right, thank you, Rob. You can now begin talking about the approved education programs policy.
Okay, so the new registration regulation grants the registration committee the power to approve Canadian opticianry programs and to accept programs accredited by an approved accreditation body. This is great for us. For years, we had to do things that were workarounds, yes. Courses used to have to be approved by the MTCU, who said that they just kind of approved the number of washrooms. So the government changed and our regs didn't change with us. So graduates of the approved programs are deemed to have met the educational requirements for registration with the college and are not required to undergo an individual assessment of their education. The committee is proposing a policy for opticianry programs recognized by the college as meeting the educational requirement. Currently, any optician education program recognized by Accreditation Canada is considered an approved program, and it satisfies the educational requirements for registration. The proposed policy lists 6 such programs, 3 programs offered in Ontario, which includes the French program at L'Cité, an online program through NATE, 2 programs in BC at Steinberg and Douglas, which both offer in-person and on-learning options. The registration regulation supports the college's mandate of public protection, ensuring that individuals who enter the profession have the skills, knowledge, and judgment to practice the profession safely, ethically, and competently. Consistently and effectively applying this regulation, this regulatory accountability to opticianry programs is essential in protecting the public. The proposed policy considers DEI perspective and recognizes the importance of meeting the needs of diverse learners. The policy also supports the flexibility of educational institutions in developing and improving their educational programs and courses. For the organizational risk standpoint, the policy adds transparency for the applicants and educators on the educational requirements for seeking registration under the approved education category. I'll pass it on to Karen.
Okay. Any questions, Derek?
Just a potentially incredibly semantic one, looking at Appendix A. I understand that anything that's approved by Accreditation Canada, who is our provider, is recognized. However, reading this, it said the header phrase is programs approved by the registration committee. And then it goes on to, say they're also approved by Accreditation Canada and list them. I'm worried whether the language is clear enough to suggest that we could add to that list. If Accreditation Canada approves somebody else or removes somebody, that list is going to change.
I'll let Amy do this, but to the best of my knowledge, we have the ultimate approval.
Actually, the way
I know.
it's actually worded is that this category now is a program that's been approved by the registration committee or an accrediting body approved by the registration committee. So the registration committee has approved Accreditation Canada, so the programs they've approved, but registration committee may also approve programs directly. So essentially it's both.
So Appendix A is going to live somewhere as a document that we have?
That is the policy, the proposed policy that registration committee is putting forward today.
Could I suggest then that we say programs currently approved instead of just approved? Does that cause any flags for anybody?
Well, Accreditation Canada, they're going through accrediting the schools. They used to do what NACOR used to do. So we can put it in there, but I think we'd be hard pressed not to accept somebody if they meet the Accreditation Canada's standards.
No, and I agree with that, and I understand that. I just don't want people to come back and look at this as a definitive list and find out that Accreditation Canada has approved somebody else and we have to update this policy again, which we may have not had a chance to do yet. I don't know. I'm told you it was a semantic thing. Because when I first read this last night, it really read like these were the accreditation schools that we can, and it suggested to me that those were the only ones available. But what I'm hearing is that we have lots of options to add or remove.
Yeah, we now have the options. Before, it was very, very difficult to add and remove. Now it's going to be a lot easier.
Okay, and if we add something, it's a policy change, is what I'm hearing.
It's a policy change, but that doesn't preclude in that window if you're saying that, it's been approved by Accreditation Canada and the policy hasn't gone through the cycle yet, because there's always still the catch-all in the regulation around programs that are deemed equivalent. So it's open to registration committee at all times and for the college to accept application from any program that is either approved or equivalent to an approved.
So the language is comfortable enough for me from a legal point of view?
So right now we've approved Accreditation Canada. We can take away that approval.
Correct.
Absolutely.
That's the fallback.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you.
Makes sense.
Any other questions? Yes, Peggy.
What's the time frame for reviewing? Either from the registration committee or Accreditation Canada? So if they've approved Georgian College, because I'm seeing it presumably that doesn't hold forever without a review of what's going on at Georgian College. So is there a cycle to that?
So Accreditation Canada is new, and to be honest with you, I'm not sure what their cycle is.
It's
every 3 years, or
I can jump in.
Yeah.
It's on the same cycle. I think it's 6 years for the accreditation per school. They're using the same cycle as NACOR.
Okay.
It's just NACOR subcontracted. It's Accreditation Canada. The other thing is also if we get wind that a new school's been approved, we'll flag it through the registration department to the committee and say, cycle for the policy to be updated.
We will, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else? All right, I think you're good to go.
All right, so can I have someone make the motion that the board approve the proposed education programs policy? Tanya, seconder, Alicia, all in favor? Thank you.
All right, Rob, on to the national examinations policy.
Okay, so starting in 2024, the admin of the national exams has been transferred to NACOR. It was decided that the college would continue to be involved in the national examinations through its representation at the National Exam Committee and the examination observer at the sessions conducted in Ontario. Requirements concerning the training, qualifications of examiners, examination venue, location, and factors concerning diversity, equity, and inclusion have been addressed in a memorandum of understanding between the college and NACOR. The RegCom committee is proposing a policy that sets out criteria for eligibility for the following positions related to the admin of the national exams. So we've got a national exam committee rep, we've got an examination observer and examiner. So those are the three roles that we have. The role of the NEC rep is to represent the college at the NEC meetings. They're responsible for attending the meetings, making decisions related to the exam policy and content, and reporting the examination policy and content to the board. The NEC rep is accountable to this board. The role of the examination observer, formerly the chief examiner, is to represent the college at NACOR exams. The examination observer is now responsible for attending and monitoring the exams and ensuring that the exams are administered in a way that fulfills the college legislative and regulatory obligations. Requirements identified by the Ontario Fairness Commissioner or requirements by the OSC. The examination observer also acts as a liaison between the college and NACOR regarding any concerns about the exam. Lastly is the examiner. They are a registered optician who meets the eligibility qualifications criteria for becoming an examiner for the national examination set out by the college and NACOR. It is of great importance that the public has confidence in the licensing process for registered opticians. The college is ultimately responsible for ensuring the examinations adhere to the college's public protection mandate. With the exams being divested to a third party, the college must clearly articulate the standards for an examination administration in the public interest. We're committed to DEI principles when developing and delivering the national examinations. The mission of individuals chosen to represent Ontario in the NEC meetings and national exams is to uphold and advance inclusivity, fairness, and integrity in the exam process. Make sure that the integrity in the process is fair for everybody. From an organizational risk perspective, establishing a national exam policy ensures that the board maintains oversight over the administration process conducted by third party. Thank you all. Now I'll pass it over to Karen.
All right. I know he has a question. Everyone else think of your question. Rob, go ahead.
No, that's Rob. I'm
Yeah, I'm
Derek.
Rob.
Sorry, you're Derek.
All
It's
right.
after four.
So Rob, I don't know if this question is going to go to kind of the scope of what you were dealing with or not, but are there any repercussions as far as the conflict of interest we've talked about previously about appointed members and elected members serving as examiners at the point that we've now kind of sent it off to NACOR? Is that still a factor? Is that something the registration committee considered?
It is something we considered, and I'll pass this one to Amy.
Thanks, Rob. So it's built into this policy that examiners can't be sitting board or committee members at this college. And the reason being is this conflict of interest that you've identified. So the thought process goes that if you are a candidate and you show up at your exam and your examiner is, Derek, and then, you want to challenge that exam result, and then you see who's making decisions at the committee level or the board level, and you also see Derek's name there, that might be perceived as a potential issue. So the committee recommends policy, the board approves policy. The examiners are essentially they're putting that policy into practice. They're kind of enacting it. So having, some separation between those roles was identified by the committee as being a priority. That is not one of the criterias for examiners in NACOR's own manual. So that is something that this college is saying applies for the purposes of exams being carried out in Ontario.
So by that, I could become an examiner for a different province if they were to accept me for that?
That's up to NACOR.
Okay, I'm just trying,
Yeah.
with the fact that we've now handed it off and we're not directly in the middle of it, I was wondering whether or not the conflict was still present.
This college only has authority over exams being carried out for the purposes of registering in Ontario.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Remember, it's not only conflict, it's perceived conflict. And that is the bigger.
I hear you.
Okay, any other questions, concerns? Peggy, thank you.
So who's choosing the examiners? And,
NACOR.
okay, so, but we're saying we're not going to accept if one of those examiners is one of us.
Us at this table.
I think we're telling them that they can't pick one
can't
of
pick
us as
us.
well.
Okay, but they're the ones choosing.
Yes.
And then per your question of becoming an examiner in BC, but on the list of schools are BC schools, so is there not a potential that somebody from
There's
BC?
always, as Rob alluded to, there's a perception, but I mean, at that point, I would be an examiner for BC, not for Ontario, so therefore, we're
That
kind of
somebody
looking at
who
loophole.
passes their exams, a graduate of a BC program passing a NACOR exam could immediately come and apply to be an
Yes.
optician in Ontario.
But there would be no problem. It doesn't go to committee.
We just have no authority over exams that are being carried out in other provinces. That's all. So this policy can only apply to what we have authority over, which is for exams being held in
And
Ontario.
that's a small risk that that person who wants to register here actually got Derek and it went badly.
Probably a smaller risk that Derek's gonna do the exams in BC too.
Fairly, very small risk of understanding the exams. So,
No, I was just gonna add also, there's a chance that that person writing in BC will register in BC and port over here. So
Much more likely to happen.
So at that point, there's no
way.
appeal. Yeah.
Any other questions? All right.
So I am looking for a motion, someone to make the motion that the board approve the proposed national examinations policy, please. Stephen, thank you. Carlos is a seconder. All in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you.
All right, and now, Giselle, you're going to be providing some context to the next agenda item.
To the language proficiency?
That's correct.
Yeah, maybe that note's in the wrong spot. I was gonna lend context to the whole thing, but
Oh,
that's all good.
well,
Um,
okay.
And all I was gonna say is, there's a lot of registration policies, a lot being done because of the July 1st new regulation coming into effect. So that's why we're so busy. with it.
Interestingly, the language proficiency policy is not one of them.
But we thought we'd slide it in.
Yeah.
All right, so there you go, Rob,
Yep, thank you.
take it away.
So basically, we've got a language proficiency policy and the government has one of the schools or one of the testing, what do you call them? One of the groups that tests people's language has stopped doing it and the government has approved another one. So our policy doesn't reflect that. So we want to remove the one that's not, that's no longer current and no longer doing it. We want to include the one that the government has approved. So these proposed revisions to the policy consider public interest by ensuring that the policy complies with the regulatory requirements that the language proficiency tests listed in the policy are up to date. So it's basically keeping them up to date. From a DEI standpoint, the proposed revisions of the policy ensure that language proficiency tests remain aligned with the IRCC requirements and provide further flexibility to the applicants for testing. Being unable to communicate in English or French with reasonable fluency may lead to several risks, including patient safety or quality of practice. The language proficiency policy mitigates organizational risks leading to potential liability by ensuring that opticians can competently render professional services. I'll pass that on to Karen.
All right, any questions? On language proficiency policy. Simple enough.
All right, I need someone to make the motion that the board approve the proposed amendments to the language proficiency policy, please. Regina, thank you. Seconder. Tanya, thank you. All in favor? It's unanimous.
All right, and a couple more to go. Rob, over to you for the student intern supervision policy, please.
We don't have students anymore. So the student and intern policy sets out the minimum professional standards for an optician to be eligible to supervise students and interns. The scope of supervision in the policy covers students enrolled at opticianry programs but not registered with the college. Registered students, registered student opticians, and registered interns. The new registration regulation no longer includes student optician as a registration class. As a result, all current student optician certificates will be canceled as of July 1st. The registration committee proposed revisions to the policy to remove the information concerning the supervision of registered student opticians. The proposed revisions to the policy consider the public interest by ensuring that the policy is up to date and in alignment with the new regs. Since the proposed revisions will not result in substantive changes to student intern supervision practices, no diversity, equity, or inclusion concerns have been identified. And aligning the policy with the current regs ensures that opticians are informed of the change in the registration status. Aligning the policy with the current regs ensures that opticians are informed of the change in the regs status of students and that they supervise and the jurisdiction students fall under. This helps mitigate the risk if a complaint arises regarding the actions or conflict of the student.
Great. Any questions on public interest, DEI, risk management?
Karen, if I could just offer one point of clarification. So even though registered student opticians, that class is being eliminated, we still, of course, have student opticians. And it's kind of a little S student. So this is anyone enrolled in an opticianry program, and they are still eligible to practice under supervision. So this policy still applies to the exact same group of people, just there's going to be 5 individuals who will no longer hold a registered student status.
Amy? No questions?
All right. Looking for someone to make the motion that the board approve the proposed amendments to the student intern supervision policy. Regina, second Alicia, all in favor?
All right, and last one, Rob, please take the group through the stakeholder feedback concerning the proposed bylaw changes.
Okay, in light of the upcoming changes to the registration committee undertook preliminary work to support the implementation of the updated regulation by developing new policies and recommending bylaw changes. Currently, the college sought feedback from registrants and stakeholders for the bylaw changes in the following areas: deadline and process for annual renewal, fees for emergency class of opticians, and administration fee for documents. Currently, the deadline for renewal is December 31st. That creates, for us, it's problematic. We're busy, people are on holidays. It's just not a good time. It's not, doesn't give us the ability to give the customers the service they deserve. Okay, if somebody has a problem or anything going on, we're closed. And so it created certain administrative challenges because of the statutory holidays closures. Additionally, many registrants whose insurance policies expire in December struggle to provide proof of insurance before the renewal deadline. Considering these factors, the registration committee proposed extending the renewal deadline to January 15th. This will provide additional time for registrants to obtain their necessary documents for renewal and will reduce the impact of the statutory holiday closures. On August 31st, the registration regulation was amended to introduce a new emergency class of registration. Currently, there's no fee associated in this class. The committee is proposing establishing a lower fee option for the emergency class and recommended setting it at 1/3 of the regular fee, making it consistent with the inactive class fee. The rationale for it is that to allow eligible opticians to register in the emergency class for the emergency without creating a financial strain, but at the same time account for the administration resources to manage a registration status. The committee also recommended a prorated fee option for opticians who begin the year as an emergency optician and then decide to apply to register as a registered optician in the class the same year. Finally, the committee proposed adding an administration fee for the requested copies of documents in the registrant's file. Currently, there's no fee set out in the bylaw to apply to these requests. However, fulfilling these requests takes us time and effort. And often things are off-site, we have to go get them. A detailed chart of the proposed bylaw is included in Appendix A. The draft bylaw amendments were circulated in e-blast to the registrants on March. Invitations to participate in the survey were also promoted on social media. The links to the bylaw document, all the background information in the survey was posted on our website, and individuals were invited to ask and provide comments. The survey closed on May 11th, 2024, and we received 58 responses. The results of the feedback are in Appendix B. From a public perspective, to regulate the profession efficiently, it's necessary to have a clear and transparent process for the annual renewal of the certificates of registration. Setting out these details in bylaw rather than regulation will enhance the college's transparency and flexibility. The purpose of the emergency class is to ensure uninterrupted access to opticianry service in the event of an emergency, a big emergency. Fees for emergency class should be avoided, creating undue financial strain on potential applicants. This must also be balanced against the college's need to cover its administration costs. In reviewing the stakeholder feedback, the registration committee took a considered approach in assessing the financial impact of the proposed fee on registrants and acknowledged concerns raised by some respondents. The committee determined that introducing new administration fee was unlikely to cause hardship to the registration base due to the infrequency of the service requests and the minimal proposed costs. I think like last year we had 4. So it's not a lot of people that are affected by it. Not that that should be a concern, but it's not used very often. So we identified several organizational risks at play. It's important to have the bylaws in place by July 1st to govern the annual renewal process as a new registration regulation no longer sets it out. Moving the renewal deadline carries the risk of confusing renewal and professional portfolio submissions. It's been flagged but to QA, and they're, to the best of my knowledge, they're looking into it as well. Okay, what we're worried about is opticians are going to say, okay, I pay them, but my QA is not due. So we are a little concerned about that. Currently, there's no fee associated with the emergency class of registration. If the emergency class needs to be open, there will be an immediate financial impact on the college as it will be processing the applications without the ability to charge a registration fee. The purpose of the emergency class fee is to mitigate this risk. Currently, there is no fee for retrieving documents on file. However, there's processing these requests carries administrative costs. So the purpose of the administration fee is to mitigate this cost. I'll pass it on to Karen.
All right. Questions, concerns? Yes, Tanya.
Is 58 responses like a pretty average response for us? I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but I know we don't often get a lot of responses.
Depends on the nature of the question.
Right, I know it wasn't like, do you want your fees all lowered?
Record.
I'll let.
Yeah, like 50, we sometimes get 20.
Okay.
Yeah, if it's fees, we get lots.
And then maybe just a follow-up to that. I'm assuming it said in there that we gave them the information about these policies, but it seems like they're responding from very confused. So it would be my assumption that maybe they didn't actually read all of the documents that were provided and they just replied to the questions, and that's why there's a lot of confusion.
High possibility.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's not that unusual.
I agree. I wanted to clarify. Yeah, I definitely think maybe that I'm glad to hear that we're bringing some information over to us at QA, because it looks like people are getting fees and professional portfolios intertwined. So good that we'll be looking at that. But glad we collected the feedback.
And I was going to be on the fees and portfolio conversation, because I guarantee you everybody thinks their fee comes in on the 15th means the portfolio is due on the 15th. Are we set up? I know we've flagged it. Are we set up to maybe forgive 15 days if necessary, or you guys will talk about it? I guess that you're just hearing it now. And
I would just quickly ask Peggy, as she was behind me here, and she said it's coming up for a discussion in our meeting, and that we'll talk about maybe aligning. I think is a lot of discussion about it. I agree. I think.
That was one of our major concerns. Yeah. That was probably our largest concern. We were really worried about that. So we've been informing QA and say, hey, this is what we want to do. And
so to Amy, I guess, is there time for QA to align this year, or was that not possible?
Yeah, I believe QA is going to be looking at it before the end of the year. So, you know, I think there are pros and cons, and that's why it's going to go to committee. Some, you know, there might, I think any change carries some initial, you know, confusion at times and a bit of an adjustment period, but that's why the committee is going to look at, you know, the pros and cons of whether to align or whether it's time to
And I understand the.
untether.
I understand the conversation has to take place, absolutely.
Yeah.
But I guess my main thing was, even if they were to decide to align, sometimes there's not actually time to change it.
There is, we have runway.
There is, okay.
There's, number one, there's time. Number two, I think one of the approaches to anything that we do that involves major changes to something that people have gotten used to is to take a right touch approach and make sure that we're not penalizing people for a genuine misunderstanding of process, especially when we're talking about a 15-day window. So, you know, I would say that that is not how this college has ever operated, and it won't be regardless of whatever outcome QAC lands on.
Yeah, and at QA, we are always striving to have a non-punitive approach.
Absolutely.
It's supposed to be for learning, not for.
Maybe even required to have a non-punitive approach.
Peggy,
Just to clarify, we're talking about the QA being due later than people currently think it is due,
Currently QA is due December 31st.
right?
We used to have the fees December 31st.
Okay,
We're moving the fees to January 15th,
right?
which we're worried may cause a little bit of confusion in the members. They may say, well, maybe my QA is the 15th as well.
And that could be an issue, but if QA gets changed to the 15th and people are confused and send it in by December 31st,
not a
that's not
problem.
really a problem,
No.
because that's no different than currently sending it on December 15th. Right?
Yeah,
Got that
and-
right? Right.
And again, as reiterated by Amy, it's not punitive. So if we do it this year and there are some, I'm sure the committee will look at each one and judge each one on its individual merits and be a little forgiving. Historically, they've been forgiving.
I think it's hard to get your QA done by year end than to pay the fee when you've got crazy things going on in your life.
I think maybe like this discussion is about fee, right? So,
Yeah.
I'm sure it will be its own can of worms when we talk about it at the QA level, but this is just, we're just talking about the fee. for
We're
review,
just
right?
talking about the fee. That's it.
I think
The
that-
date for the fee, yes.
Yeah, I think the date for this year, that's a good idea, like the
Yeah.
holidays and everything.
Mhm.
It's stressful, so I think that registrants would appreciate that.
That was the feedback we got.
all right, any other questions or
The fee
comments about
before
this
the Christmas
topic?
bills come in.
I'm seeing none.
All right, so I'm looking for someone to make the motion that the board approve the proposed bylaw changes relating to the extension of renewal deadline, emergency class fees, and administrative fee for service. Kevin's making the motion. Peggy will second it. All in favor? Perfect, that one passes. All right, do you want to say anything or shall I say stuff?
I will just say this concludes item 10, which means.
Which means this concludes our meeting for today. We're not going to be adjourning the meeting because we will be continuing tomorrow, so we are just going to recess it. All right.